Mic on, mic check. Welcome everyone to the second edition of Bitcoin Singapore. So who was here in March? Show of hands. I know a few people were. That's great. Well, thank you all for continuing to come. I look forward to many more of these events. My name is Matt. I lead the Nervos Foundation. Our community bootstrapped the CKB blockchain, which is a smart contract platform that takes inspiration from Bitcoin. It's secured by proof of work. It's also UTXO based. Our community also built the RGB++ meta protocol on Bitcoin, which I know a lot of people have gotten really excited about doing things natively with Bitcoin without requiring a multi-sig bridge, but still using other blockchains. Because of the design of CKB and having these similarities to Bitcoin, CKB is growing with Bitcoin. Today you'll hear about the fiber network, which connects channels that are built on CKB to the Lightning Network. And a really exciting thing about this is that it could provide a way forward for a lot of the issues that have been hindering Lightning and in turn Bitcoin adoption. Things like support for more assets, new assets, stablecoins, programmability, iterations on channel design, and also faster onboarding through passkeys. And we may even start to answer the age-old question of how users can share UTXOs and we really can scale these blockchains. So Bitcoin was this massive step forward in distributed systems. And when I look around at the side events and booths at Token 2049, all these people will tell you about their innovations, but Bitcoin was the product of this decades-long process of people thinking about how they could build a peer-to-peer system for transferring value. They wanted to create something that was sovereign, something that was ownerless, and something that no one could tamper with. And this was Bitcoin. And almost 16 years later, there's really nothing in the world that compares to it. And to me, what's really remarkable about Bitcoin is that today we're going to hear about all sorts of innovative ideas, but they're rooted in things that have gotten very old. You know, Bitcoin is almost 16 years old. When we start to approach measuring things in decades, when we're still talking about things like payment channels and UTXOs and proof of work, client-side validation, there's something really significant there, especially when we're surrounded by all of these people that are developing new things at a rapid pace and iterating every couple years, you know, having a completely new stack. Doing all of this with Bitcoin as it exists is amazing. And I think instead of chasing this, you know, buzzword-filled new scientific domain kind of craziness, we're just talking about a quite simple goal. And that's how we can effectively transfer value in a peer-to-peer way and unlock this new version of a digital economy that so many people have been asking for, you know, before Satoshi. Now, someone asked me yesterday about my origin story, and this was a very long time ago, but it was micropayments. And I'm very encouraged by the fact that we are calling this event Lightning Returns, and we're still all working toward that goal. I saw that yesterday the most famous person in the world, Donald Trump, had paid for a drink in New York City using Bitcoin. And this will likely make him the second president to use Bitcoin as a form of payment. But for all the strides Bitcoin has made, you know, scaling to like 500 million holders now and just adding zeros to the price, in this room, I know that there's a sense that there's still a lot of work to be done. And I did see in this video, there are two people helping Donald Trump to make this payment. They're fumbling with a phone and a tablet and telling him to scan a QR code. And after what feels like an eternity of 30 seconds, someone pleasantly says, "Fantastic, it went through." And I know in the ocean of technologists in this industry, they may look at that experience and say, our blockchain is better, and laugh at Bitcoin. I'm sure there's plenty to mock there, but when I look at Bitcoin, and I'm sure many of you share this view, there hasn't been a better time to be building on Bitcoin. And I know that the people here are the people that will do the work of realizing this vision Satoshi had for his system. And when I was considering what to say to you all today, I had this question to ask you of why do you dedicate your time to this industry? Why are you here? I mean, this is This is a thing that kind of takes over our lives. And, there's some reasons, maybe people are here to make the world a better place. Maybe they're just in love with technology. Maybe they want to disrupt the established order. How many people are just here to make money? It's okay. It's not a problem. It's one in the back, great, I mean, we all need money to live. Like, it's definitely not a problem. And some people definitely do need more money than others. And like, again, it's not a problem. But when I look at the ocean of side events and booths at the conference of Token 2049, so much about this industry has become about making money, which to me doesn't make a ton of sense, because if you've been in this industry for more than a couple months, you probably have asked yourself, is this the most effective use of my time? Is magic internet money the best way that I could be making money? And I think, a lot of us have doubted that at times. So personally, I got attracted to working on blockchains a long time ago because I felt there was this way of expanding our economy and empowering people economically, which was very different from other kinds of technology that I saw, where a lot of things were just about making people who seem to have a good amount of money even more money. And I think I've always been attracted to these kind of like humble communities where people have ideals. So like the early Bitcoin community was a great example of this, and I think there's definitely projects like that that have come after it, just like CKB. I know there's plenty of information that people need to learn about CKB. I was having a conversation just before coming on stage and talking about how this idea of just simply changing the system underlying Lightning could open up an entire new world that we just haven't seen before. And we can still use native Bitcoin without getting into crazy systems of complexity and bridges. We can just use Lightning. And this is the promise of CKB. And Bitcoin has been something that's fit all of these motivations for people around the world. It is a technology that could change the world. It is something enormously disruptive, and it is something that can make people money. And the clicker is dead. Yeah, I guess maybe just, Trump is still on stage. All right, well, I think maybe I've gone up here and talked enough. If you'd like to learn about CKB, we just launched this website, ckb.world, and it is a great resource that you can learn everything about CKB. We have a lot of great speakers today that are going to talk to you about Bitcoin, about Lightning, and about exciting new innovations of what's possible in this world. To me, it's amazing that we're still doing this. We're still going forward after 16 years of Bitcoin existing. And especially when we look at a backdrop of thousands of chains, maybe them are a year or two old, maybe some of them haven't even launched yet, and they have all of this backing and all this energy and all these reasons to say that they're better, but Bitcoin just continues forward. And I thank all of you for coming out here today and choosing this to be the event that you came to. And yeah, let's continue to push Bitcoin forward together. It's definitely a community effort, and thank you all for coming.
Hi guys, my name is Cipher. I'm the CEO and founder of UTXO Strikes Back. My topic is about Lightning and the Fiber network. So first of all, please allow me to ask you a question. Please, next. Do you know what's the major problem in crypto now? fixed lots of things and provided lots of products. And very soon we have ICO, we have DeFi summer, we have NFT summer, social fi summer, everything. Everyone earn money. That's great. We have all of the attention in this field. But soon we realize that something looks not good. What? In this industry, we found that only speculators and gray market here, we have never achieved mass adoption. Our family members, they don't use crypto. Our friends, they don't use crypto. Only speculators here. Everyone asks for one airdrop, which means, so why? Because it's too expensive and slow compared with Web2 apps. You know, to make everyone use your product, you have to be at least seem good as Web2 applications. You shouldn't charge too much to your consumer, and the latency shouldn't be 10 seconds or more. But in crypto world, everything is different. You have to pay, and everything is slow. So maybe we have to think again that our strategy is different. It's not right. We shouldn't make everything on-chain. So let's think different. Before we choose on-chain extensions, we have some, Ethereum. It's good for DeFi things, but it's not good for everything. So how about we do off-chain extension? Like we have the best candidate, the Lightning Network. It's fast and cheap, and it's not a replace for Web2. It's a complement to Web2. And this is the only thing, I believe, to achieve mass adoption. However, Lightning is beautiful, but I believe most of us today, you don't have Lightning wallet. Why? Because Lightning is not perfect. There's no stablecoin in Lightning, which means ordinary people won't use this technology because they only use stablecoin or dollars. They don't use Bitcoin to pay, right? And the onboarding fee, you have to use at least $1 or $2 to create a channel. And there's no incentive for the node to build, to relay the payment. And the user scenarios are limited. So then we have Fiber. Fiber could provide better Lightning infrastructure. So what is Fiber? Fiber is something like Lightning network on CKB, but Fiber provides truly complete capability, script capability, which means we can achieve much simpler implementation and more scenarios with Fiber. And it natively supports RGB++ assets, including stablecoins. It's natively, and at day one, we support stablecoin. And we can make decentralized liquidity pool possible. I will talk about it later. This is decentralized staking pool. People could deposit their stablecoin, bridge the Bitcoin, and CKB to this pool. And this pool could provide liquidity to the node to relay their payment. And this node could earn money, earn transaction fee. And this transaction fee will turn back to yield, return to the depositors. So this is how we do the incentive to the Lightning Network. So we have Fiber. What's the relationship between Fiber and the Lightning? Here we could build a hybrid Lightning network. We will provide people could run some edge node. For edge nodes, they run both Bitcoin Lightning and the CKB Lightning or Fiber. And with atomic swap, the Bitcoin could transfer across this edge node and into fiber network. And another direction, the fiber network, the stablecoin could transfer across Bitcoin with atomic swap. And we can also provide liquidity sharing technology to make the whole Lightning network much more bigger. In this network map, you can see that when you transfer your Bitcoin, if you cannot find a path to your destination, you can use fiber network to relay your transaction. And when you transfer a stablecoin, if you cannot find the right path, you can relay with Bitcoin network. So that's how we make the Lightning greater or bigger. And next, I will talk about P2P economy. So if we have built this stablecoin payment network, what's new scenarios we can achieve? Compared with previous payment methods, including centralized payment like WeChat Pay or PayPal, and on-chain payment like Tron or Base, Lightning payment is much better. And first, the finality is instant. It's different from blockchain. And the fee, although the transaction fee on Tron or Solana is very low, but in Lightning it's ultra low. So you can transfer $0.1 to others with very, very low price, but you cannot achieve that on Tron or Solana because the transaction fee may more than your $0.1. And the throughput of Lightning payment is unlimited because the payment is P2P. But a blockchain-based system, there always a cap of your TPS, like 1,000. Very, very little chain systems could achieve 1,000 TPS. And 1,000 TPS cannot make mass adoption payment yet. So if we want to build next generation payment, the Lightning is the only choice. And P2P economy is not only about one pay to another. It's about everyone share their capability, their network capability, their storage, their computation capability to others. And the others could pay little fee for your resources. So that's how we achieve the distributed computation, decentralized DNS, email, and serverless hosting, everything. And actually, every Web2 apps could integrate with this technology to provide their consumer how to earn money with their own devices and use the earned money to enjoy other services. It's a new paradigm, right? That's how we change the world. So finally, what we do? UTXO Stack, we will provide a Lightning staking layer. Like one slide said, we will build some decentralized liquidity pool, and everyone could deposit their assets to our protocol, and our protocol will distribute the liquidity to Bitcoin and Fiber node. And we will also provide a non-custodial Lightning and Fiber wallet, which is JoyID by the end of the year. And we will also provide liquidity, staking incentive, and user activity incentive. We will do airdrop, right? Airdrop. But only if you provide your contribution to the Lightning network and the Fiber network, and contribution to the activity of the network, and you will get our airdrop. And we will also provide P2P payment SDK for Web2 developers. And we will also integrate with one selected stablecoin provider by the end of the year. All this will happen in 2024. And the testnet is online yesterday. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Let's make Lightning brighter again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Federico Tenga from Bitfinex, please come to the stage. All right, please give a round of applause for Federico.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Yeah, Federico from Bitfinex, and today we're going to talk about the RGB protocol. As Bitfinex, we decided to heavily invest in RGB protocol, and we have a team working full time for open source development on top of RGB. And so here I will explain some of the reasons that brought us to this decision years ago. So why do we believe that RGB is important, RGB matters, and it can have a very bright future. Okay. Okay, so first of all, as you can see from the title, RGB is about tokenization and tokenization on top of Bitcoin and Lightning. And so I think important thing to look at is the current state of stablecoin distribution. I mean, stablecoin is the main use case for tokenization right now. I mean, like a real use case other than just gambling and speculation. And we can see that right now stablecoin distribution between the two main stablecoins is heavily concentrated on Ethereum, Tron, and few other altcoins. There is a little bit, the last column is liquid, Bitcoin sidechain, but yeah, as you can see, is very irrelevant compared to the total size of the stablecoin market. So while this showed that the market is generally okay with using other chain other than Bitcoin for stablecoin usage, I mean, I think there are a few reasons why we can do better than this and move forward towards a situation where there is much more activity on top of Bitcoin rather than other chains. So what is the problem we are trying to solve? So yeah, so the problem is that, yeah, of course there is evident demands for peer-to-peer payments with stablecoin and other kind of derivatives of other asset. But yeah, the only available solution there are on top of altcoins, and other Bitcoin-based solutions so far kind of failed to fully leverage all the potential of Bitcoin. So RGB is trying to address some of this problem, but first let's try to understand what we don't want and what we want. First of all, what we don't want, that if we want to improve on the current status quo. We do not want to trust a federation. So like just building a sidechain where we have a bunch of federation members. I mean, okay, it can be okay for some use case. I'm not saying that like you shouldn't use it, but if we want really to offer something better than what you currently have available using other chains, you cannot just rely on a federation, which is why I believe that liquid is not a significant enough improvement compared to altcoins to actually drive adoption, because it's still based on a trust assumption that you need to trust a federation. We do not want to trust a set of proof of stake validator like you do with most altcoins. I mean, at the end with Tron, even with Ethereum, at the end you have a set of validators that is not too large, and so there is a real risk of collusion the moment that enough incentive is put on the table. So yeah, we really want this to be more decentralized, so that censorship is very hard to apply. We want this to be, we do not want a solution where it is hard for the user to run his own node. Because yeah, that's the problem with most of those altcoins. Like with Ethereum, if you try to run your own node, it takes a lot of resources, and most consumer-grade hardware, it cannot actually do it. And same with most of the other coins. So we want a solution where user can run their own node, so that we can maximize the decentralization, and we don't need to trust the external services, external indexer, as we do when we use Tron or when we use all these other altcoins. We shouldn't end up in an overly expensive fee environment, so cost of transaction should still be okay, which means that we will have to to work with layer 2s as just layer 1, it doesn't scale without getting in an Wi-Fi environment, and we doesn't want to have uncertainty over the long-term reliability. And this is a very important point, because okay, right now the market is okay with using Tron, with using Solana, with using I don't know, Binance Smart Chain, whatever. But I mean, are we confident that all those solutions will still be around in 10 years' time? Maybe yes, but maybe no, because there is a certain degree of centralization that makes them vulnerable to different kind of attack, regulatory attack from the government that can heavily limit how they work, censorship attack that can make them unpractical to use. So we want to have a solution that we can say, okay, 20 years from now, this stuff is still going to work. And altcoins, they cannot provide that, but if we build it directly on top of Bitcoin, Bitcoin can provide long-term reliability much more than any other system. So what do we want? We want to have something that has the same trust assumption of Bitcoin. So we don't need to trust validators, we don't need to trust Federation members, same trust assumption of Bitcoin. We just trust that the proof of work, the mining is sufficiently decentralized that 51% attack are not possible. So that's the only trust assumption that we want to have. We want it to be sustainable consumer grade hardware, efficient in usage of on-chain space so the fee don't go too high, and that we need to have a compatibility with Lightning Network or potentially other layer 2 solution that may emerge on top of Bitcoin so that it can scale while maintaining a low cost of transaction. So how do we achieve that? So the RGB solution, RGB is a protocol that try to achieve all of these things by you employing a new paradigm called the client-side validation. So client-side validation, it means that all the work of sharing the information about the transaction and validating it is not done on chain, but is only done client-side, and the information about the transaction is shared directly between the peers, is not published on the chain. Which means that you only see and validate the transaction that you are interested in, which is good for two reasons. First of all, if you don't see other people's transaction, other people don't see your transaction, so it's good for privacy. But more importantly, if you don't need to validate other people's transaction as you do when you run a node on Bitcoin or any other chain, it means that your device has less work to do, so it's less resource intensive on your computer. So what do we use Bitcoin for? We use the Bitcoin blockchain only for protection from double spending, which is the thing that Bitcoin does best and that there is no alternative for. But we don't use the blockchain for that availability. So we don't publish on the blockchain all the transaction data because it will be expensive, it will be inefficient, it's not necessary, and it will even be annoying for other Bitcoin users because you just make the blockchains grow faster in size, which increase the cost of running a node for everyone. So the way RGB works, that RGB transfer are committed inside a Bitcoin transaction, but the transfer itself is shared peer-to-peer between the parties. But since it's committed inside a Bitcoin transaction, RGB transaction can inherit all the security guarantees of Bitcoin. So we have the same security of Bitcoin, but then we use a separate ledger to share transaction data. So this is a different paradigm from what we are used to with like layer 1 blockchain. So in layer 1 blockchain, just everyone put all the information on the blockchain and validates that all the transactions on the blockchain are valid, which works only until there are not too many transactions. While with client-side validation, everybody only validates the transaction that receives from his peers. So like if you pay me, I validate the transaction that you're paying me. But if two random guys pay each other, I don't see that, I don't care about it, I don't need to validate that. So more specifically, so the way RGB works is that ownership of an asset is linked to a Bitcoin UTXO. And when I want to do an ownership transfer, basically what I say is that like, okay, these red tokens that before were owned by UTXO A, from now on will be owned by some part from UTXO B and some UTXO C, where UTXO C, let's say, is the change. And I do this ownership transfer. This is committed into a Bitcoin transaction, so it cannot be changed or manipulated. And so from now on, these red tokens are owned by UTXO B, which will then spend it, and there will be this chain of payment moving forward. So this is the way we guarantee that there can be no manipulation, because all of these transfers are committed inside the Bitcoin transaction, but the transfer itself stays outside of the blockchain, so it can be very space efficient. Wait, went too fast. But yes, so like for all of this to work at scale, we really need compatibility with layer 2, and the only layer 2 that is currently working in production on Bitcoin is the Lightning Network. So this luckily is already possible. So it is possible to modify a normal Lightning Network node to support RGB asset. Once you have that, you can create Lightning channel denominated in an RGB asset rather than being denominated in Bitcoin, as you have with normal Lightning Network. And at that point, the asset can be transferred at the same speed and convenience of Bitcoin and Lightning Network. So same trade-off, same speed, same convenience. But yeah, due to the nature of Lightning, of course, it requires liquidity. But yeah, you have the same trade-off that you have when you use the normal Bitcoin Lightning Network Bitcoin. We already have a node that implements this, which was developed by our team at Bitfinex. It's called the RGB Lightning node. You can try it. It's based on LDK for those that know about it. And so yeah, you can already run a Lightning node that is denominated in RGB assets. The very cool stuff about having RGB working on Lightning is not only related to payment, because yeah, payments are a very important piece of the puzzle, because we really believe in the growth of the stablecoin-based payment for a number of use cases. But yeah, right now most of the activities happening on crypto, in the crypto industry in general, is not related to payment, but is related to trading. But the very cool stuff is that once we have the capability to have RGB asset on top of Lightning, we can make decentralized trading on top of Lightning. And this can really be a killer app. So a decentralized trading, decentralized exchange on top of Lightning works with different paradigm compared to the traditional decentralized exchange on Ethereum or like other EVM chain that are based on the automated market maker model. With Lightning, you can have a DEX based on atomic swap. So the idea is that two peers can send one asset and receive another. So let's say one guy send Bitcoin and the other guy send back USDT at a pre-agreed exchange rate. And this can happen atomically, so it means that two parties do not need to trust each other. So this has several advantages compared to the DEXs we are used to. So first of all, we don't need to pay any on-chain fee because it's all happening over Lightning. So the fee can be close to zero, depending on how like on a AMM on a EVM chain. Also, yes, the advantage of very low latency because we don't need for a block to come out. And we have certainty over the execution price of the trade, because like when you trade on an AMM, it's like a market order. You are not sure what the execution price will be exactly. But with this, the price is pre-agreed on, so you can have like much better trading experience without need for risk management due to slippage. And so all of this, there is like a company that is already working on this called Kaleidoswap that is already building and close to release the first prototype for a DEX on Lightning. And yeah, the founder of the company is Gabriele, here present. So if you want to talk with him later, he will be available. And so yeah, this is like, we are not talking about the present, but we are talking about the near future. So the prototype will probably be released in the coming months. Then yeah, before closing, like just a few words about the RGB team at Bitfinex. So we have, as I was saying before, we have a team that has been working full time on RGB for a few years now. Our goal is just to make sure and to help the RGB ecosystem develop and grow, to make sure that it will be a successful project. So we do this by working on improvement of the protocol itself. We build a lot of developers tools. So if you want to build on top of RGB, please come to me. I can recommend you a set of libraries that will really make your life much easier. So without having to even fully understand RGB, you can quickly build like a wallet or an application, a DEX, whatever you need to do. We released the Iris wallet for Android, so if you have Android, you look for Iris wallet, you can play with, you can try for yourself to send and receive a RGB transaction or to issue asset. We built the Lightning node that was shown before, that you also can easily use to build applications. And we support other teams that work on RGB, so if you were interested in working on RGB, we will be happy to help you in using our libraries in general, help you to fix, to overcome problems if you encounter them. So here there are some screenshots from Iris Wallet if you want to try it. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Federico, for learning about RGB. So next up, we have Miyahara, Business Development Lead at Breez. So leads business development at Breez. It is a Lightning as a service company which brings self-custodial peer-to-peer Bitcoin payments to apps and services. And we'll learn about Lightning, the common language for the Bitcoin economy. Please give Umi a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Really happy to be here today. As mentioned, my name is Umi, and I'm going to talk about how Lightning is the common language of the Bitcoin economy and share a little bit more about what we do at Breez. So I want to start off with a problem that we have currently in the world today, and it is that people cannot move value. And what I mean by that is that although transferring information is frictionless thanks to the internet, moving value is not. It is very difficult to move value peer-to-peer, especially if you're located in different parts of the world. And this is due to many reasons, but the three key ones are that there are third-party gatekeepers all along the way. So you cannot move value without gaining access, asking for permission. This creates financial walled gardens where either you're locked in or you're locked out of the financial ecosystem. Interoperability is impossible, and you don't control your funds because you never had access to them in the first place. It is a system that is delayed by design. Finance currently is a Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 world, but our lives are not. You might have to make a payment at midnight. There might be an emergency. This current financial system that we have is delayed, and it takes forever for any of us to want to make a payment. Now, what we see is this to be the world's lost opportunity. What I mean by that is imagine how the internet had actually freed a brand new economy, an economic potential that you couldn't have foreseen. We imagine that unleashing this trapped value will also lead to a new paradigm of economic potential, conservatively estimating at 31 trillion by 2030. And thankfully, we do have an alternative, and that is Bitcoin. Bitcoin will transform the exchange of value, just like the internet did for the exchange of information. There are three key reasons. I probably don't have to repeat them to this audience, but it's because Bitcoin is permissionless, it is borderless, and thanks to the Lightning Network, it is now lightning fast as the speed of the internet. And so how is Lightning the common language of the Bitcoin economy? I like to give an analogy here, and that is that I'm speaking to you in English. All of the presenters on the stage so far have presented in English. When we meet people at these side events, at Token 2049, we automatically default to English. English is the common language of information exchange at a global scale. Now at home, I speak Japanese, and at home, you might speak a different language. At work, in your community. And we can consider those to be subnetworks, where in your subnetwork, in your home, you might speak a different language, but what unites us all is English, which is the common language for us in terms of communication. Now, Lightning is that common language for Bitcoin. And that is because we need something that is interoperable and something that is scalable and a solution without a need for a global state, and that is the Lightning Network. Lightning is the railroad for payments, connecting new and emerging subnetworks, such as federations, shared UTXO concepts, new technologies such as ARC, Fedimint, Cashew, eMint solutions. They all speak language. They interface with Lightning. And we're also seeing enterprises, exchanges, major exchanges and major neobanks embracing Lightning, such as Coinbase, HTX, also Nubank. And we're seeing more and more end users onboarding onto Lightning every single day. What's unique is that all these subnetworks, enterprises, and end users interface and speak Lightning. And being a common language does not necessarily mean that it is the optimal language, but Lightning is both. The Lightning Network will be the payments layer, and that is why we at Breez are building on it. There are 3 key reasons, and one is that it crucially uses Bitcoin as the bearer asset. This allows for trustless interactions between the subnetworks that speak the language of Lightning, making Lightning the best common language. Also, it is transactional as a protocol. It facilitates flow. It rewards movement. And it's built for instant payments and interoperability. And now it has the critical mass, with major exchanges such as Coinbase integrating, new subnetworks and protocols emerging that interface with Lightning and connect with Lightning, and ongoing volumes and transactions which continue to grow. And so I want to talk a little bit about Breez here, because you might be wondering, okay, Lightning is great, but how do I get involved? How do I build on Lightning? How can I implement Lightning? If you have an app or service, you can easily implement self-custodial Lightning now with our technology that we offer at Breez. We are a self-custodial Lightning as a service solution, and we offer a free and open source SDK that lets you easily implement self-custodial Lightning. And there is no one like us. We have been around for the past 6 years, since the inception of the Lightning Network in 2018, making us veterans in this space. We are focused on, crucially, peer-to-peer self-custodial payments on Lightning. Going a bit more in detail to the Breez SDK, it is built by developers for developers. It is an end-to-end, drop-in holistic solution that offers maximum convenience and ultimate flexibility for you to be able to use in your app or service. We take care of all the technicalities and complexity of Lightning, while you can focus on your app. It is frictionless not only for developers, but also for the end users. Because it is self-custodial, there is no KYC or AML, and the onboarding is seamless. It is trustless because no party is ever in the funds flow. The custody remains in the hands of the individual. It is truly global. Anyone from around the world can access the Lightning Network. Nobody is shut out. it is interoperable in the sense that currently you might have Bitcoin balances spread across a variety of wallets. However, in the fiat world, you might actually have a more seamless experience where swiping a debit card or a credit card, doing an ACH payment or a local bank transfer is all accessing the same bank account balance. You can have that now with the SDK. Any app that is using the Breez SDK can offer the individual a way to access their same balance through multiple different apps and services. And truly, it is effortless. We have had devs that build a full-featured app with self-custodial Lightning in just a few days, if not a few hours. And our SDK offers two types of implementations. The first that I want to mention is actually our newest that we launched about a month and a half ago. It is our nodeless Lightning implementation. And this is very unique because it actually does not require any setup costs or channel opening fees for the end user. However, there's a trade-off, and the end user is provisioned a balance in Liquid, which is a sidechain of Bitcoin. But it offers a streamlined UseX for an end user to be able to access and make Lightning payments. We also have our native Lightning implementation, which was launched in March 2023, and this is a pure Lightning Network implementation. This provisions each end user with their own Lightning node in the cloud, and it is a full-featured Lightning experience with the SDK provisioning an LSP and liquidity out of the box. Diving a bit more into the architecture of our nodeless Lightning implementation, you can see that the end user is going to be provisioned a liquid balance. Now the end user is able to send and receive Lightning transactions via atomic swaps, and our swap partner here is Boltz. So a Lightning transaction can be received and automatically swapped into LBTC, and LBTC can be automatically swapped to Lightning and sent out. Our native Lightning implementation shows the architecture here where each end user is provisioned their Lightning node in the cloud via our partner Greenlight from Blockstream. You can see here that the SDK is going to be providing swap services as well as a built-in LSP. And it also then offers the ability for the user to access the Lightning network. Crucially, both implementations, again, are self-custodial. The keys reside in the hands of the end user. Wanted to highlight some of our partners here. They range from crypto wallets to Bitcoin brokers and many more. Just a quote from one of our partners stating that it is the best tool out there after they have implemented the Breez SDK. That the SDK makes it extremely simple and easy to implement, and it is incredible because it is also self-custodial. And so I wanted to reiterate that the Lightning Network is now the uncontested common language of the Bitcoin economy, and it is here to stay. It is going to continue to connect a lot of what our previous presenters presented, whether it's new protocols and networks, they're all going to speak Lightning. Lightning is going to be the language that connects it all in terms of getting to the last mile of payments, getting to mass adoption and scale. And what we're going to see is from Bitcoin to now broader crypto and onwards to fintech and mainstream, there will be a day where the mainstream apps on your phones right now will have Lightning. So let's bring peer-to-peer money to everyone by bringing Bitcoin to every app. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Umi. Very exciting SDK. So the next speaker we have is Daniel Hu from 55Bucks, the founder, and we have a keynote about hardware infrastructure based on the Lightning Network. Please give Daniel a round of applause.
Thank you all, thank you all. Today I will introduce the hardware. I will introduce a hardware based on the Lightning Network. But first of all, I will introduce myself. My family name is Hu. What can you see from my family name? Yes, I'm an Asia. No, I'm an Asia. So my Mandarin, my native language is Mandarin. I cannot speak English very well. So for your understanding, I will put my hand and shake my foot to present what I say. Okay, let's introduce my device. First of all, I will say the Bitcoin. As we all know, Bitcoin was designed for the payment, for the problem of the decentralized payment. However, due to the TPS of the Bitcoin network and the high transaction fee, we cannot take the frequent transactions on the main network. 2017, Christian Decker made the complete Lightning payment on a non-test network. Today, the Lightning network has a total of 70,000 nodes and 49,000 channels, and the capacity of 5,100 BTCs. Okay. But it is not popular today. Why? I will say the reason in the next page, okay? And with the emergence of BTC Layer 2, such as Nervos and many other protocols combined with Lightning Network in the future, the BTC can solve the global payment problem more secure and more convenient than the Visa and MasterCard. Now let's see the situation of Visa and MasterCard. The transactions through Visa exceeded 12 trillion US dollars, and the amount of MasterCard was about 2 trillion US dollars. But crypto payments, what? How much? A little small. On the contrary, the market is very large as Visa and MasterCard. Now, I will see the reason why the Lightning Network is difficult to popularize. The first of all is the difficult to set up network. For ordinary people, you have no coding ability, you have no hardware assemblability. You can never set up a Lightning Network. And second is nodes must be always online. If you are paying and the counterpart node is offline, the payment will be failure. And third is difficult to promote. I into the industry for 7 or 8 years. I don't understand what is Bitcoin is at first. For ordinary people, it's difficult to know what the Lightning Network is. It's too abstract, okay? Like 10 years ago, when someone said to you, what's virtual reality technology is? What the hell it is? Now, you put on your VR headset, you can know what it is and what the feel it is, right? Now what we need to do is to just show our customer a device that has everything in it, just like the VR headset. They only need to open the PC and use it and operate the interface. Now this is the device we will show to the customer. We call it five box. The first two letters means fiber, and the number 5 means Web5. You can use Web5 to run your own BTC node and CKB fiber node, and use the Lightning Network more convenient and independently. When you use it, your transactions are verified by your own local node. You don't need to trust any third parties. Of course, you can also earn a small amount of money of routing fee. Okay. We now offer two versions. The standard one, we can run BTC and the CKB line node. And the Pro one, we can run the BTC and CKB4 node, and the BTC and CKB Lightning Network. We also can in addition, we can also install other applications such as brands and wallets. By the way, Firebox is currently the first hardware device to go online with the network. This is the operating system of Firebox. It's very easy to use, just like Windows. What you see is what you get, and no command line, no Linux experience. The device has many advantages. The first is easy to use. It supports one-click installation and upgrade, and it makes easier to customer to accept. The first of all is the combination of software and hardware. It makes more suitable for offline application scenarios. And the third one is scalability. It can be physically expanded like a little cell. And we also provide customized exclusion solutions. If you want any shape or any logo, we can customize. If you are Lightning Network or Fiber Network enthusiastic, or you are the application development party, contact us. And in a word, my family name is Hu. If you want anything, you want to set up a fiber network or Lightning Network, who cares? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So next up, we have Darius from Lnfi Network, who is driving hyperbitcoinization. Strong word. This is a unified financial layer at the convergence of Bitcoin, Lightning, and Nostr. Please give a round of applause for Darius to talk about driving global Lightning adoption.
Hey, thank you. Hello everyone, so I'm Darius from Lnfi. So we are formerly known as Nostr Assets. So today I'll be talking about how to drive global adoption with Lightning. I think there are quite a fair good amount of context provided by earlier speakers with regards to Lightning. So I will just share our perspective from Lnfi. So this is why we will do a comparison between the two, Lightning Network versus Ethereum. And there's a vast difference in terms of TVL. We are looking at $300 million versus $500 billion in terms of TVL, in terms of difference. That's like 1,600 times apart. We attribute that to two key differences, despite that Lightning has already been around since like 2018. It lacks of tokenization and it lacks of decentralized financialization. There is not really like a financialization effect on Lightning Network, and that is really what we are trying to bridge the gap with Lnfi. Okay, so this is it's supposed to run like an animation. I'm not too sure if it's running, so just check it. Yep. It doesn't seem like it's working. But so I will just verbalize it. So imagine you are Bob. You are looking to receive Euro stablecoin from Alice, who is on the far left. So what does Bob have to do? Bob have to take out his phone, enter like $100 euros, and he will produce like a Lightning invoice, which is like a QR code. And I'm Alice. I can just use my mobile phone, scan the QR code, and select to pay with US dollar stablecoin. So I'm paying US dollar stablecoin, and Bob will actually receive Euro stablecoin. So Lightning Network will actually natively take care of the swap of the two tokens and also the transmission, which is taken care by the routing nodes. And if you are a liquidity provider on the Lightning Network, you will be able to capture fees by being like an edge node or a routing node, as per illustrated on this image. So this is like a clearer version of it. Yeah, let me just jump to the next slide. Okay, so what is Lnfi? Lnfi is an all-in-one financialization layer that brings Web3 and tokenizations to the Lightning Network with Taboo Assets Protocol, like what I have illustrated earlier. So this is our stack. At the bottommost layer, we have Bitcoin, which takes care of the issuance of the taboo assets, and also the utmost higher security level provided by Bitcoin. On layer 2, we have Lightning Network, which is the ultimate settlement layer for all kinds of transactions with regards to Bitcoins and taboo assets. And on the topmost layer, you can actually build your applications on the traditional internet or on layer 3 Nostr, which is a decentralized messaging network. So this is what we have built so far. Lnfi is an all-in-one financialization layer. So we are not like an EVM compatible blockchain. Everything is off-chain, and we have built a ton of like financialization tools, and that includes we have LN Starter, which is like a launch pool, Launchpad-like product. Not too long ago, we have just released the first version of our LN exchange, which is like a highly performant trading order book exchange. And most importantly, we also have launched LN node. I think the earlier speaker, he did share about it's very cumbersome today to set up your own node. So we have introduced like LN node to help users to set up their Lightning node on the cloud or via some physical hardware minimalistically with minimal clicks, hopefully. Yeah. So now I will just jump in to talk about more about LN nodes. How does it work? Okay, so this LN node, basically you are just trying to install the necessary software and run it either on the cloud or on a physical hardware device that you can actually operate it at home. So we are looking at three kinds of software. One is Taboo Assets Hub, and the other two, which is TabD and LND. Those two are actually developed by Lightning Labs. So, and we have actually introduced like a Nostr, which is a messaging layer, which is you are actually communicating with the network to better operate and manage your LN node. So what can you actually achieve with LN node? I think fundamentally, you can actually self-custody your assets on the Lightning Network. You are able to supply liquidity on the Lightning Network and capture like a native APR, which is denominated in Bitcoin or taboo assets, stablecoin. And that's really the good thing. So owning an LN node is equivalent to owning like a wallet or like a digital identity. So when it scales, Lnfi will actually become the largest node because all the LN node we wanted to become their first hop. They can actually create a channel with us, shown by this hive mine over here. And we will become the largest node, and we can help to facilitate liquidity, complete settlements, and so on and so forth. And to incentivize users to own an LN node, we have introduced what we so-called like a Lnfi, and the first initiative is actually called channel mining. Basically, you just have to set up your own node, create a channel with us, deposit some Bitcoin, and you will be able to capture like an APR. So this is almost akin to opening like a bank account, depositing some of your cash, equivalent deposits, and you are getting some yield from the bank. So we are trying to bring that concept to the Lightning Network to drive further adoption. And so we may wonder, like, is this sustainable? Basically, we are trying to have more users on the Lightning Network to perform more activity. So for example, you could be trading on our LN exchange, everything is like interoperable, and that will actually generate more protocol revenue. And this will translate to, part of it will be translated into channel mining rewards for the end users. So hopefully we can create like a positive flywheel effect with tokenomics. Another concept that I want to share with you today is actually LN Link. It's extended upon something called Master Wallet Connect. Basically what it does is that, say we can actually form a linkage between our LN node to a client or a web app. And from there, you are actually able to make payments over there. So what does NWC does today? You are actually able to send Bitcoins or tip in Bitcoins very seamlessly. And LN Link actually extended upon NWC. You are able to make payments or send tips, not just in Bitcoins, but also taboo assets, and also like stable coins. Okay, so this is a diagram that shows that what is the role that we are playing over here. So imagine you are Alice, you set up an LN node, and your LN node actually has a channel created with us. We can help you to pay off, we can help you to access the global liquidity on the entire Lightning Network. We can help you to make any kinds of payments, and you could be paying in a US dollar stablecoin. And the recipient will actually receive Bitcoin. I think that's the benefit of having like taboo assets. So with Lnfi infrastructure and I think the key concept that we are trying to bring across over here is not just about stablecoins. We can actually help you to settle in any kinds of currencies. So for example, you could be issuing like token ABC token, and you could be paying ABC token over the Lightning Network, and the recipient will actually receive in Bitcoin or any of their desired currencies. So the point that we are trying to make over here is that taboo assets on the Lightning Network is phenomenal, and it actually comes off with like a native swap mechanism. So, and Lnfi will play a very important role. You are actually able to hash off your position with LN exchange, so anyone can become like a liquidity provider on the Lightning Network, and we are trying to help users to achieve that very seamlessly. So, okay, this is a, I think there's some issue with the sequence of the slides. So here is actually a demo with regards to the LN node. I'm not too sure if I'm able to play it. Oh, it seems that I can't play it. So basically what I'm trying to do is that I'm able to create like a, what we so-called like a LN link, which is like a string, like a HTTP pin string, and you're able to copy that link and bring to any kind of application, web app that actually supports it. And you're able to form a connection with the web app or the client, and you can actually make payments or tips to the counterparty, the web app or the client. So literally, you're able to use your LN node to make any payment seamlessly on the internet. Yeah. So, yep. I think I have already covered all this. Yeah, I think there's some issue with the slides. Okay, I'm good. Yep, that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions with regards to Lightning Network, taboo assets, feel free to reach out. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we'll have a panel about the Lightning returns, the most important infrastructure after blockchain. So please to the stage, Kushbu Kular, Jeffrey Hu, Jademon Zheng, Eric Kui. I think we got everybody? I have to move the chairs. We're going to have a video that's going to play right now. Did I get that right?
Okay. Hello? Yeah, hello everyone. So yeah, this is today's panel. I think that's the first panel maybe. Yeah, so this is Jeff from Hashkey Capital. I'm doing all the kind of the research and also due diligence for the Hashkey Capital. So yeah, for today's panel, we have speakers here, Kushima Kula from Lightning Ventures, and Jademon Zheng from the Water Capital, Eric Qiu from CMS Holdings, and Michele Anastasio from Fugo Ventures. So yeah, so for starting off today's panel, so we can start by introducing the panelists. Maybe give us a short introduction by yourself. Yeah, maybe from Michele.
Yeah, so my name is Michele Anastasio. I'm with Fulgur Ventures. My background is in economics, and at Fulgur Ventures we invest in startups that are building on Bitcoin, precisely on Lightning. We've been in the space for a few years now, and we're just about to start investing again and deploy a new fund. So excited to see new Lightning developments.
Okay, this is Jademon from Water Capital. Before I entered crypto world, I was an engineer in microelectronics. That was 10 years ago. And in 2017, I co-founded Water Capital with two of my good friends. And since 2017, Water Capital has invested in over 200 projects covering almost all tracks. But since 2021, we have been focusing on Bitcoin eco investment, and I'll be very glad to discuss more about Lightning networks. Thanks.
Hi everyone. I'm Khushbu Kullar, the venture partner and head of portfolio success at Lightning Ventures. I'm an ex-banker and a PhD in economics. And Lightning Ventures is a US-based VC firm where we invest in Bitcoin-native startups. And recently also we have launched a brand new platform, a RegCF platform called Thunder Funder, where even non-accredited investors can also invest. So we are looking to expand in Asia and Europe. So if you're building something groundbreaking in Bitcoin, Lightning, or First, you can reach out to us or go to our website. It's ltng.ventures.
Hey, my name is Eric. I'm from CMS. CMS is a proprietary hedge fund focused on trading and VC. Our main background is trading, and I previously was a quant researcher, trading global macro futures. With this trading background, a lot of the stuff we are focused on DeFi and DApps specifically that we use and we touch. And we're excited to see the Bitcoin ecosystem grow and excited to be on this panel talking about Lightning.
Okay, cool. So let's start today's panel. We also noticed today's panel topic is about the most important infrastructures after the blockchain. So my first question may be, so I want to ask all the panelists, do you believe this statement? Or maybe, so if it is yes or no, so maybe know the reason behind this. So yeah, so who want to take this first? Maybe from Eric?
Yeah, I think this is a very broad statement, and it depends how you define important. I mean, if you define it as like the infrastructure that powers the largest asset value, which is Bitcoin, and it's the largest transaction on it, then yes, by definition, it makes sense. And if you want to try to extrapolate what will happen in the future with all the potentials that there, I can make an argument for that also. But I think like important is, it's how you define it, right? But it's definitely an important piece of the infrastructure puzzle.
Probably important sectors also for investment. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, maybe Jademon, maybe.
Actually, usually I try to avoid some extreme word, like the most important. So probably it's one of the most important. But actually, I would rather say it is the most worthy of expectation. So because actually Lightning Network has been many years. I'm not sure, it's like almost 10 years. And 2016, right? Yeah. 9 years almost. So actually it's very mature because they just launched their mainnet, although there are some bugs, but I think it's getting mature, almost mature. So, but if you check the cap table of Lightning Network and some Lightning eco projects, you can see that the investors is not that fruitful. Only a few institutional investors are focusing on this ecosystem. This means probably it's undervalued, valued, So this is great opportunity. So being VC, so we always enter an area that is not noticed by most of the people. And after everybody is talking about Lightning Network, probably that's the time we exit, right? So, so this is why I thought that it is the most worthy of expectation. Yeah.
Maybe the most important and also the most undervalued. Maybe I say, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So how about Michele?
Yeah, I mean, I will probably go as far as saying that I do think it's one of the most important pieces of tech today in the space. If we think what's been possible to achieve thanks to Lightning with near instant settlement, essentially limitless TPS, and that's been working already for a number of years. I guess that paves the way for all upcoming innovations to be built on Lightning, through Lightning natively on Bitcoin. So I think even indirectly perhaps, but it does have a very prominent role in the future of the industry, I think.
Cool. Okay, since all the investors on the panel, we all believe that maybe so it's quite important piece, quite important infrastructure for the industry. So you're all the investors. So we'd like to know your investment thesis, especially maybe related to the Lightning networks. So how your strategy, how your ideas when you see a Lightning network project. So maybe you can start from Michele, maybe this time.
Yeah, I think I gave away a bit of the answer to this question with my previous answer. We think that a lot of economic activity is going to be on Lightning. So we see that layer as powering a lot of what's going to come next. So our thesis is whatever can make the Lightning network a more successful payment layer for Bitcoin is going to increase value. Right now we've got Bitcoin, the asset, and on top of that we see Lightning as the payment layer, which is working pretty well, and we see that then fitting into whatever other more sophisticated applications. So our thesis is these pieces fit very well together, and there's going to be a multiplier, we think, on the overall value that can be captured.
How about Jaemoon?
Well, if you look at the whole crypto world, there are probably more than 100 investment themes, DeFi, Layer 2, Zk, etc. And there are probably more than 100 Ethereum Layer 2 projects, probably more than 100 Zk projects. But if you look into Lightning ecosystem, you cannot find so many projects. So that's why it's not difficult to invest in Lightning ecosystem. You just look at their team and to see whether they can achieve what they promised and then invest in them. So for example, we invested in the previous speaker, Lnfi. That is a project combining Nostr protocol with Lightning Network. And we invested in DApp, that is a wallet, to onboard some users for Lightning Network. And we invested in UTXO, that is a DEX based on Lightning Network, and we invested in Fountain, that is a podcast application for based on Lightning Network, and a few others. So you can there's no competition. So for Zk or for Layer 2, we have to compete with the top-tier institutional investor, like A16Z or Polychain, you cannot get quota at a lower value. But in Latin ecosystem, we always invest in the first round and with best price and best team. So this is we are so lucky, So yeah, that's my answer.
In fact, you mentioned Lnfi. So Lnfi is a potential deal, and in fact, Fountain is our portfolio company. So yes, in fact, if I talk about from a business perspective, venture funding means highest risk. So in fact, the ROI following the power law, where one startup is gonna return the entire fund. So from that perspective, when we invest, we look at the outliers. We look at a brilliant team who has an exceptional pedigree of founders. We look at what they have built in past, how's the team structure, and apart from that, any if they have any insight, unique insight, of if they have any peculiar, so we do look at if they can disrupt the industry, if they have a massive Tamsan song. And to summarize, I would say, exceptional founders building on exceptional venture ideas on Lightning Network, and having exceptional Tamsam SOM and around Bitcoin standard, because we are looking for venture ideas that are outliers. Yeah.
Yeah, I echo everything that everyone said here, specifically on the subject of Lightning, and then specifically on founders. I think the founders building on Lightning need to be even have more perseverance than normal founders, because I think the time horizons are longer. So look for those who understand that, and then maybe it's like some of the other, if you launch another protocol, there will be more hype initially. So it's just like a longer trek, and the vision has to be unchanged, and the founder must truly believe that, and not easily get swayed. So I think, of course, it's always important when looking at early stage to look at founders, but even more so in this particular subset of crypto.
Yeah, because people is very important. I think maybe the most important we see when we before we invest in a project. So, but beside the people, there's also since Lightning Network is also involved lots of the technicals, designs, and also the products. So I'm not sure what kind of the trends and also the innovations you have seen in the maybe past several months, and what do you foresee? There's some innovations in the Lightning Networks that you can. Maybe some team are building right now, it can outcompete maybe some other sectors from perspective of the investor. So maybe from Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe the most adjacent and easiest to see where Lightning can take over would be the stablecoin transfers, right? So right now, I think Tron does most of the USDT transactions, but there's not that much on a TPS basis. It's just a lot of volume. So it's very easy to paint the story of how Lightning could potentially just surpass that. I mean, there's a reason why people want to use Bitcoin, right? Just more secure. There's a reason why, for instance, when people say, hey, I'm gonna launch an NFT on ETH and it's gonna be secured by the value of ETH, well then theoretically, wouldn't a more secure chain like Bitcoin be even better for NFTs? And you can make the argument that payments is even more important for that regard. So I would say that the stablecoin transaction is probably the easiest one.
I would name a few. I mean, one, a bridge between Liquid and Lightning. In fact, we have a portfolio company that's doing this stuff. It's Jan3. Apart from that, Taproot assets and issuance of synthetics like stable coins on Lightning Network. And in fact, I'm very bullish on BitVM, ARC, and DLC as well.
Well, I think the best track within the whole Lightning ecosystem is Lightning Network plus DeFi. So this seems impossible right now, but it has a great future. So for example, actually, right now there are only about 5,000 Bitcoin, staked in the whole Lightning Network, that is very small compared with Bitcoin Layer 2 or Bitcoin DeFi, right? But actually, because Lightning Network has some real application scenario. So, for example, payment. So recently, there's a word of very popular PayFi, right? That's the best battlefield of Lightning Network, and if we can take advantage of the staked Bitcoin in the state channel, because for Lightning payment you have to stake some Bitcoin first, and if any DeFi protocol can take advantage of this Bitcoin, and that will help the Lightning Network to grow. This is one, and the second is how to combine Lightning Network with other ecosystem. For example, Bitcoin EVM compatible Layer 2 or other public chains like Ethereum. So because Lightning Network is the best in terms of payment, and probably for EVM compatible ecosystem, they will abandon their own payment solutions because that's too slow and very expensive, and probably they will count on Lightning Network to do the payment, and they do the rest. For example, the DeFi thing, and the only issue left is how to do the cross-chain, how to move the fund from Lightning staked channel to other EVM ecosystem or vice versa. Yeah, this is anyways. I think that we really need to explore more opportunities regarding DeFi. Yeah, not only payment.
Yeah, I'll double out what's been said. I think the one clear thing is stablecoin. Of course, it's that one use case that's proven strong product market fit in the industry. But other than that, I think everything else that can increase the usability and compatibility of Lightning with other protocols. So, for example, Liquid's been mentioned. That's connecting that into Lightning really opens up a bunch of new opportunities. We're seeing a lot of tokenization opportunities at the institutional level there, but we're also excited about RGB and how its compatibility with Lightning is gonna really unlock new unprecedented opportunities. So I guess if I had to pick just a few, these three would be the kind of strongest themes.
May I summarize here is that like maybe from stablecoin, taproot assets, Bitcoin DeFi, especially integrated with Lightning Network. So that's maybe there's also a buzzword called BTC-Fi recently. So maybe we can build some applications about that. So yeah, and also taproot assets. So so how about we just start next question, maybe starting from the stablecoins. So we noticed that like stablecoin could be issued later on, like maybe Tether can issue some stablecoins just through like maybe the protocol like RGB and also the taproot assets. So what kind of like maybe how do you foresee the payments in the Lightning networks after this kind of stablecoin could be issued? Because right now you have to pay like Trump this morning, they have to pay the Bitcoins for a cup of coffee. That's for me, I think that's quite expensive for me because I have to pay the expensive, quite valuable Bitcoins for coffee. So I'm not sure. How do you foresee if there's a stablecoins on Lightning network? So how about starting from Michele?
Yeah, I think the UX is gonna really make the difference, right? We're probably gonna have the same issues that we have today with Lightning, in the sense of how do we crack that experience of seamlessly and non-custodially opening and closing channels as needed. But I guess there are companies working on this right now, so I think that's not gonna be a problem at the end of the day. The moment we do have stablecoins issued on Lightning, on RGB, that UX is going to enable the adoption of stablecoins on the protocols respectively.
Well, I think the most important reason that Lightning Network was not developing as fast as people expected is it lacks stablecoin. So stablecoin will be the real game changer of the whole ecosystem. If we recall the history of stablecoin, we know that the first stablecoin actually was issued on Bitcoin network. It's on Omni layer, right? And then it moved to Ethereum because it's a lower cost, and then moved to, the most Dakota moved to Tron network, So because it's even more cheaper. But right now, actually, the expense of Tron network is more expensive than Ethereum. This is ridiculous, but people is used to using Tron as USDT transfer network. So I think if Tether will issue, I think it's actually they already announced that they have the plan to issue USDT on Lightning Network or RGB. RGB and Lightning Network, they are close, right? So if they really issue USDT on Lightning Network, I think the whole Bitcoin eco will snatch back the stablecoin market. Yeah, this is what I'm expecting. And we actually invested a few projects, not only one, not only two, a few projects that is prepared for the issue of USDT on Lightning Network.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything everyone said here. Just in continuation with the history lesson, I think people underestimate how powerful maybe the stablecoin are, especially just from a UX perspective, but also like the stablecoins enabled ETH DeFi. That's what kickstarted everything with USDC. You can look up the USDC market cap before DeFi started and then after DeFi started. Like 30 billion USDC now, but that's after Gary Gensler did his thing. It was at high as 80 billion. Started from less than 1 billion. And then also, from a trader perspective, before like the perpetuals exchanges, BitMEX made BTC-based perps. They were like kind of successful, but like what really kickstarted the entire volume was dollar-denominated perps. Like people just think in terms of like stable coins and dollars, right? It's like it's hard to think in terms of like Bitcoin. So like it's a huge, I think people are underestimating how big of a UX unlock it will be. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's one topic of stablecoin. Maybe another topic is that we also mentioned about PayFi. So I'm not sure. So I believe that the PayFi is maybe proposed by Solana ecosystem recently. So I'm not sure. Maybe can you share us maybe more insights about like the difference, what kind of differences between the payment on Lightning networks and with the PayFi projects recently? So I'm not sure if anyone interested in taking this question.
I'll start first. Let's start from what Donald Trump just did this morning. So actually this happened many times among my friends. So I think probably in a few years, Donald Trump will realize that that hamburger was the most expensive hamburger he spent, he purchased, because Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin will go up gradually. And if you purchase the hamburger using stablecoin, because behind those stablecoin, that is US currency, right? And for fiat, it's always inflationary. So if you buy a hamburger right now, in a few years, and you will realize that, okay, that hamburger was very cheap. So this is what I'm thinking. And talking about PayFi, so first of all, the stablecoin has to be, the Tether or our Circle has to issue the stablecoin first based on Lightning Network. This is step one. And step two is for Lightning Labs, they are focusing on Lightning technology itself. It's not expanding their development into many application scenarios. I think it's the job of some eco projects, for example, Lnfi or other startups. They need to figure out what Lightning Network can do, except for payment, because Lightning Lab has resolved all the payment issues, or about to resolve all the bugs, right? But PayFi is not only payment. PayFi is not equal to payment. PayFi means payment plus DeFi. So there are a lot of proved efficient DeFi tools. For example, staking, risk-staking, or RET or perps. So in other public chain ecosystem. So PayFi means we need to figure out how Lightning payment can be integrated or can be combined with all of those other DeFi tools. For example, as I said, we need to take advantage of the staked Bitcoin first, use it as collateral or use it as the yield basis, or we can consider using the credibility of the channel. For example, you are big, because in Lightning Network there's a term called credibility of the nodes, right? You can use the credibility of the nodes to get some loan, get some. So that is some application scenario for lending protocol. So credible lending protocol, right? So I think there are a lot of innovative stuff will happen. You know, it's happening in Lightning Network. So this is the only thing we need to wait. The only thing we need to do is to wait the startups, with the new ideas. Yeah, and this is the PayFi, and it has great potential, I think.
Add one more point in the Lightning that you touched on. I think if on Bitcoin L1, if there is more acceptance by institutions, then there will be more use cases built on L2, and that will lead to more mass adoption. And if we talk about L2, if I do a count, there are around like 80, which is a good number. Which is, I know it's early, but still it's a good number, and there will be more founders coming in, and it'll be. I mean, it has a good future.
So yeah, due to the time reasons, so maybe the last questions for today's panel is, since you also you all invested in lots of the Lightning Network teams, so what kind of the opportunities and also the risk your portfolio company have seen in the past? And I believe for today's in our meeting room, there's a lot of the teams are building on the Lightning Network right now. So I'm not sure what kind of suggestions you would give for the teams still building in the Lightning Network. So maybe starting from Kelly.
Yeah, I think one of the both risks and opportunities of building on Lightning in the past was being so early, right? That posed both as a big risk because there was nothing certain, but that also was a big opportunity. If you started building on Lightning 6 years ago, you probably were the only one, right? So that kind of gave you more a stronger advantage. But for who's building on Lightning now, I think there's much more certainty. There's a lot more software that can be leveraged to just kickstart any project. And I think the way to look at it is probably in a creative sense and trying to understand where new combinations can arise with all of this new blooming ecosystem of layer 2s and then scaling solutions and programmable solutions on Bitcoin.
Well, because the mainnet of the Taproot asset has just been launched, so I think for Lightning Network, the biggest problem it is facing is not technical. It's about marketing. So if I remember correctly, at the beginning of Chang network, so this is most USDT existing there, and they spend a lot of time and resource on marketing. They have some, they talked with a lot of centralized exchange and talked with a lot of companies to utilize their USDT. And if you don't promote your technology or promote your product, no one will just use it. They will select other products because Lightning Network is not the only option. They have Solana, they have Ethereum, and other solutions. So this is actually what I'm worrying about. So from my perspective view, Lightning Lab is too technical. Yeah, it's correct. They are a technical company. They are doing really well, but that's not enough. So I think in our ecosystem, we need a more commercial company to lead all the commercial stuff. For example, the marketing thing, and to integrate Lightning Network with all of the traditional business payment, like a Visa or etc. So this is the biggest problem we are facing, I think.
I think I'll talk from a business perspective here. I think the risks and opportunities are lopsided as of now. Even if you see the technological adoption curve for Lightning, it's quite new, and it's going to take time for sure. Lightning Labs is doing fantastic stuff. I'm a big fan, and in fact we do closely watch out them if they're working on taproot assets. We do look at such startups, and I mean, we are always keen on. If you talk about the VC space also, there are very few VCs who invest in Bitcoin startups, and if you look at the number of deals that's been happening in Bitcoin, and then in Lightning, the number is still low. So we need more VCs. We are competing with traditional startups. We are competing with traditional VCs. And if you look at the fund size, a traditional VC fund size is quite big. I mean, if I talk about the numbers, then Bitcoin VC space, maximum fund would be $100 million, but we're looking at a $1 billion fund. We don't have that as of now. Very hopeful, very optimistic. Somewhere, I mean, we'll be there. And if I talk about the opportunities, I think cross-border payments, remittances, gig workers doing remote work, or micro payments, these are the opportunities that still, I mean, we have a long way to go, and we are still using Swift technology. I mean, it's a 70-year-old business. We are still having intermediaries in between. I can email from anywhere, any part of the world, but I cannot transfer my money as, you know, I can do it with an email. I mean, we're still struggling, so, but I'm very hopeful.
Yeah, I would add on to everything. I would say hyper-focus on UX and iterate fast, but that's not really a Lightning thing. In particular with Lightning, as it pertains to maybe stuff that other chains have done, like Jane mentioned, like on ETH, there's been many DeFi applications. So if you're building something similar on like Lightning, just pay attention to what they did well, what they did not well, and then how Lightning enables you to do certain things that maybe you couldn't do on ETH DeFi or vice versa on like Sol DeFi or something. So just pay attention to where you have subject matter expertise and rapidly iterate on that superior point.
So the Lightning is promising and still has lots of things to do, like UX, like liquidity, all the Bitcoin DeFi, those kind of things. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the end of today's panel. And thanks for all the insights for the panelists. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. All right, guys. We're about to pick up with our second half of Bitcoin Singapore. Almost said season 2. That's John's talk, not my talk. Thank you all for being here. My name is Annalise. I will be taking over for the second half of the event. I hope you've been enjoying it so far. If you got some food, it'll be out there after this talk. I think it'll be out there for the next hour. So no rush on eating or drinking. It'll be there. We're going to go ahead and start with our next speaker, John. He's from UTXO Management, and he's going to talk about Bitcoin Season 2. So give me a good round of applause for John.
Thanks, Annalise. All right. Really a pleasure to be here in Singapore. So I'm with BTC Inc. We have kind of two arms. One is a media side that runs Bitcoin Magazine and the Bitcoin Conference. So, you know, I know a number of people who were with us in Nashville a few months ago. And we also do an event in Asia. So we hope to see you over there in Hong Kong next August, which is kind of an announcement here. And then my side of the business, UTXO Management, was launched as kind of the asset management side of BTC Inc. We have a liquid fund that invests in different strategies around kind of the growth of Bitcoin longer term, both public and private opportunities. And then we launched a venture fund last year focused on the growth of the Bitcoin ecosystem. So it's great to see a number of our portfolio companies here, including UTXO Stacks, who is a partner at this event as well. So great to be here working with everyone. Just kind of introducing this section of the day. So yeah, a little bit more about our fund. We launched last year, and kind of focus on the 100 to 500K check size, seeding the Bitcoin ecosystem. We've done about 50 investments so far, and one of the reasons that we're here is to meet with potential portfolio companies. So if you're building something and are interested in kind of a Bitcoin-focused venture approach, come talk to us. We'd love to meet and love to learn about what you're doing. So this is called Bitcoin Season 2. But what was Season 1 about? Bitcoin Season 1, kind of the first decade of Bitcoin, was about proving Bitcoin's robustness and generating a certain level of adoption. And so kind of when it comes to that robustness, one of the a few kind of data points that we track are the number of nodes, activity of nodes around the world, steady growth still, kind of the security of the Bitcoin blockchains. This is kind of an interesting statistic that Jameson Lopp tracks on his website. The amount of time it would take to unwind the full Bitcoin blockchain if you had all the hash power on the network. So kind of an interesting stat. And Season 1 also included kind of growth in terms of technical growth for Bitcoin and technical change, slow and steady. And where we kind of might demarcate Bitcoin Season 2 is 2021 here, with the taproot activation leading to what we saw last year with kind of the growth of ordinals and just the whole kind of boom of Bitcoin native assets and different scaling implementations on Bitcoin, which we've been pretty active in. So other kind of adoption that's been important. We had nation-state adoption for the first time. This was announced at our conference in Miami a few years ago. But the first shoe to drop, El Salvador. One thing that we've been excited to be participating in this year in the US is the onboarding of different presidential candidates in the United States to being Bitcoin users and kind of pro-Bitcoin policy. So I don't know if you saw yesterday, but one of those candidates for president, Donald Trump, paid for some hamburgers yesterday at PubKey in New York with Bitcoin and promoted the idea of Bitcoin native payments, Lightning payments, as a presidential candidate, which is pretty exciting. Kind of that level of growth and attention from one of potentially the future president of the United States. And he also kind of came out with a very pro-Bitcoin policy stance at our conference in Nashville this year. So that continuing nation-state adoption is a good trend into Season 2. The other thing that started to happen is adoption of Bitcoin on the balance sheet of big corporations in the U.S., led by Michael Saylor. These are, I believe, the companies as of not too long ago that had over $1 billion of Bitcoin on their balance sheets. So continuing growth there. On our hedge fund side, we've been excited to seed a number of kind of strategies in different markets around the world, copying the Michael Saylor playbook. And so we're excited to kind of see the growth of in Japan of Metaplanet, and hopefully some more announcements to come soon. But just this idea of Bitcoin as a treasury asset that's harder money for the long term is a key piece of that adoption narrative that we've seen coming into Season 2. And of course the launch of the Bitcoin ETFs, so institutional adoption being more possible. So what's next? We've kind of proven the robustness of the network, gotten a certain level of adoption, and then where are we going now? That's kind of what we've been talking about and hearing about for the first section of the day today, all about how Lightning is innovating and is going to make the future of Bitcoin more exciting. So we agree with all of that and see kind of the inflection point here of a new generation of tools, startups, programmability, leading to more opportunity and growth and ultimately value creation for the network. So Season 2, Bitcoin native assets, what a lot of people here are working on, what we'll be hearing more about in the next few panels as well. The thesis essentially is that Bitcoin native assets, there's a large opportunity for growth in terms of its relation to Bitcoin's total market cap, if we kind of follow what's happened on ETH with ETH native assets over the last cycle. You know why we're building on Bitcoin, that's why we're all here, so we'll see more about that next. And then, one other kind of interesting data point I just want to point out here is this increasing in transaction volumes because of the launch of ordinals, bringing more discussion about the importance of scaling Bitcoin in different ways. So I know a number of different scaling implementations or topics of companies working here, so always interested to learn about what's happening there. And then open source developers. Because of that new demand, we see more open source developers working on scaling implementations, including Lightning L2s. So those are all things that we're excited about, excited to support from the venture side, from the media side, and we'll hear more about today. So I hope this kind of sets the stage well for the rest of the day here and all the exciting companies building. We're happy to be a partner of the event and co-host with CKB and UTXO Stacks. So we'll take it to the rest of the day from here. Thank you very much.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, John. It's always good to see how far we've come building within the Bitcoin ecosystem. And I agree, it's important to talk about scalability because I think one of the hot topics that I always hear, especially when it comes to mining, is will it be lucrative enough for miners to continue to secure the network? So our next talk is going to be from the CKB Eco Fund. And I've had the pleasure of seeing the Eco Fund scale and grow and launch a lot of stuff alongside CKB and into Bitcoin and now building on Lightning directly. So the UTXO world is built, not discovered. Please put your hands together for Hanssen. Don't you guys just love her hair? It's so pretty.
Great. Oh, I'm so nervous. Okay, great. Hi, I'm Hanssen, and I'm from the CKB DevRel team. What I'm going to talk about today is about developers. We are the DevRel team, and our mission is to help developers to create their application and to make their way to the Web3 world. And today I'm going to talk about is that the UTXO world is built, not discovered. What does that mean, right? What is that? It's built, not discovered, right? Everyone here is building the UTXO world. Okay, cool. Some people say that we are adventurers, like Columbus. We defeat challenges, we discover everything in the UTXO new world, and we made our applications, and we create things for others, and we like the brand new world, the brand new UTXO world. But I think that the UTXO world, the blockchain is more like a city, like Rome. The Rome is like, it's not like a new world is to be discovered. We all know that the Rome wasn't built in a day. A city needs a long period to be built. And if we want to build a city, we need builders. And the builders in the UTXO world is developers. Okay. Okay, so what's the situation we are facing about? So how many developers we have in the blockchain world? Okay, this is the statistic from. Okay, this is the statistics from the Electric Capital. How many developers we have in the blockchain ecosystem? In the Bitcoin ecosystem, about 1,200. What about we have in the Ethereum ecosystem? About 9,000. So in total, it's about 10,000 of developers in the blockchain ecosystem, maybe more in other ecosystems. In total, it's about 20,000 or more, maybe. but how many developers we have in the whole Web2 ecosystem? How many professional software developers we have? About 30 million. So about 99.92% of developers is in the Web2 world, and only 0.08% of developers in the blockchain world. This is the gap between us and the future and the informational age. And this is also the potential of the UTXO world, of the blockchain world. Okay. The Jen said that the Web 5 is equals to Web 2 plus Web 3. So what does that actually mean? Like Web 2 plus Web 3, what's that mean? That means that we need more wallets, we need more exchanges, we need more tokens, we need more coins to make those Web 2 users to lose their money in the Web 3 world? I don't think so, right? It's not just like trading tools. What we need is that we need to satisfy users' need. We need to move the Web 2 applications to Web 3. We want to solve Web 2 problems by Web 3 techs, and we want to solve Web 3 problems by Web 2 techs. And that's what I think Web 5 is. And I like to say it's not Web 5, it's not Web 2 plus Web 3, but it is the web itself. The web that can transfer information and access simultaneously. Like there is no barrier between the Web 2 and the Web 3. It's just the whole web. And everyone here is developers, is builders, is to create applications to solve what users want. Okay, so what's the challenge we're facing now? The UTXO is hard, everybody knows that. Every developers want to go to EVM, and lots of developers, they just like write some simple applications in the EVM. But why not UTXO? Why UTXO is hard? This is an example from the Bitcoin SDK, Bitcoin Lib, I remember. So this is the example of transferring Bitcoin. It requires 150 more lines of code to transfer Bitcoin. And it's not even real Bitcoin. It's just some Bitcoin from faucet. And you still need to handle all kind of things like you have to manage the state conflict of transactions. You have to face that the Bitcoin is not Turing completed. You cannot build some smart contract on it. We have lots of protocols like ordinals, like we need to solve this kind of things. But still, it's hard. So if you miss an error, you need to handle this error. How you do this? You need to like repeat sending those transactions, and this also happen. This also require you to handle state conflict problem. And also, there are 4 kinds of address formats in the Bitcoin world. So there are lots of things that can make the developer confused and spend their time. And after finish all these things, what developer finish is just made a working application. It's not even a good application for user. It's just working, right? You can just transfer your asset. So the learning curve of the UTXO model is very steep. And this causes that we have less developers in the UTXO world. So this makes the project cost is high. If you have less developers, if your developers need to spend a lot of time to learn about the UTXO model, then you have high time and human cost, and what's more, that make you cannot seize the market opportunity. And that means that less people will like to have their project in the UTXO ecosystem. And that also means that we lack of tool because no project is trying to build these tools in the UTXO model. And that's the reason why we have steep learning curve. Okay, back to the statistic of the electric capital. the higher the token price is, I would say it's token price, the higher the token price is, the more newcomers will come to our world. So we are at the historical high point now, actually. So that means we have a lot of newcomers now. And that means we have a lot of things to do for them. Now we have protocols like Ordinal, like Ring, like RGB, like RGB++ to help them to issue and help them to own their assets. But we still need other things to help these newcomers to stay in the blockchain world, to become part of us, to build a new world with us. So how can we do this? Okay, so the solution provided by us is called the Common Chains Connector, which in short is CCC. So what CCC is? This is the playground of CC is in the browser, and as you can see, you can finish your you can make a transaction in 15 lines of code and just describe what you want, and boom, you have everything you want. And you can even visualize what you have in graphic and the UTXO transaction. And you can connect any wallets you want to this website and try with it. So this makes building a UTXO transaction really easy, right? You just need a few lines of code and you just need to read something and you can visualize it. This is the beginning of what we were trying to do. And imagine that in the future, we have some kind of DApp store. And any developers, they can make their DApp in a few days with only one people, and they can publish their DApp in the DApp store and reach users. And we can help users to spend their crypto or stable coins like USDT, or maybe even fiat currencies in the DApp to interact with these applications. And at that time, the blockchain ecosystem will be more like today's Web2 ecosystem. Like everybody is using applications to do kind of interactions. Okay, so for developer relations, what we want to do is that we want to help builders to start to build their masterpieces. That's why we need a real. We want to help developers to clear their way to success. We will soon see the UTXO is hard is no longer the reason why developers choose EVM. We are the DevRel team for the CKB ecosystem and for the Bitcoin ecosystem and for the UTXO model and also for the whole web. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, you did great, in case you didn't know already. But QR code on the screen if you are interested in connecting with the CKB DevRel. Again, UTXOs are hard. Being, I guess, in the space already for the past 8 years, low code to no code has always been very attractive to newcomers, which is why a lot of people have chosen to build on Ethereum. But as we've seen over time, it's not as safe, efficient, or even abstract as building on UTXOs. So for our next panel, we had a talk with Calvin from Utreexo. Unfortunately, his flight was delayed. We will try to push his talk to potentially the last talk of the evening, but Utreexo is actually very interesting. If anybody's interested in compressing information, Merkle trees, catch that talk. Hopefully Calvin can make it. I really do like the stuff that he works on, but in the meantime, we will fill the time. So can I please have the following speakers to the stage for our upcoming panel, Scaling Bitcoin, Unlocking New Markets and Advanced Applications. We're going to welcome welcome back John to the stage from UTXO Management, Walker from an investment partner from Season Holdings, David from Atomica Brands, and Hangzu from the CKB Eco Fund. If those speakers can please make their way to the stage, you can come up wherever you are. Oh no, am I able to find these people? Oh no. Oh no. Hello. You know, I've been hosting events for a long time, and one of the hardest parts is making sure that everyone is on time. People just, they don't show up, they get stuck in conversations, networking, love networking. I told myself a long time ago I gotta prepare some like stand-up material just to tell some jokes. I did one, I guess about, everyone remember FTX, the FTX debacle? I was in Miami during that time, and I was just like, oh man. I was like, the only thing that keeps messing us up is everyone when they get to Miami, like it all goes bad. When something goes to Miami, run away, it goes bad. Don't laugh at me. I know, it's bad. I guess I'll also take this time to invite everybody to the next event, which will be also focused on building in Lightning and building different, I guess, things within CKB, Bitcoin Lightning, and the Bitcoin ecosystem in general. So Thailand is one of my favorite places, and there's this special place in Thailand called Chiang Mai. Now, there's a lot of, if you've ever been to Thailand, you've probably been to Bangkok. It's kind of crazy. And Chiang Mai is the more relaxed place. It's where you go to forget all your problems. So on November 9th, we will be hosting our next event in Chiang Mai. I've been passing around flyers all day, and if you're interested, you should join us. The event is pretty much free. Everything's already covered. You just have to show up. It'll be a good time. Learn about Bitcoin, learn about Lightning. If you're a developer, it's very developer-focused. It's going to be great, and you should come. Well, it looks like we have most of our speakers here. Are we missing anyone? No? All right. All right, guys, come on stage. We're waiting for you. I didn't have any stand-up material. You guys are great. Have a seat. All right, again, scaling Bitcoin, unlocking new markets and advanced application. Give it up.
Thank you, Anna. Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. My name is Hong Zhou. I'm the research lead from the CKB Eco Fund. And today, we are very glad to have our panel on the scaling Bitcoin, unlocking the new markets and advanced applications. We are honored to have our distinguished guests, John from UTXO Management, and Walker from SNZ, and David from Animoca. Yeah. And today we will explore the frontier of Bitcoin scaling, its implications for new market and the advanced application it enables. So let's dive into these exciting topics. And the first question to kick things off, I want to ask about how do each of you define Bitcoin scaling, and what does it mean, and perhaps just as importantly, what does it not include? So I think this question may be a little general and a little hard to answer. So let's start from John.
Sure. Yeah, so at a high level, when we talk about scaling Bitcoin, we're looking to increase throughput throughout, overall. And so increasing throughput, I think the important things to keep in mind are you want to increase throughput while keeping costs down and keeping Bitcoin's kind of native properties of being decentralized and having a security model that holds up. And so increasing throughput while maintaining those important things is what we're looking at. And there are a number of implementations. With our fund, we kind of see a future where on-chain usage increases at a level where layer 1 Bitcoin sees kind of sustained high fees. And so we need to see different implementations of scaling on Bitcoin as kind of release valves for that demand. Whether that's L2s, things like sidechains, things like changing certain technical properties, similar to what we did with segregated witness a number of years ago. Different potentials there.
Yeah, very thorough answer by John. Maybe I'll just add a little bit because it's already very comprehensive. I guess the other way to look at it is just on-chain scaling, and the other one's off-chain scaling. On-chain scaling, we're seeing, I guess, a lot of, I guess, Bitcoin protocol improvement to enable more, I guess, on-chain solution. For example, Schnorr signature and a lot of function being added, and potentially OPCAD being added. In the future, there's a lot of discussion around on-chain scaling. And off-chain scaling, there are classic example like Lightning Network and a lot of other L2s emerging during the recent, I guess, years. And there's also exciting projects like Mercury Layer, which John, they are like really supporting. And I think to answer the question, what does not include, I think it's definitely something compromises Bitcoin's trustless feature, or it's changes its monetary policy, or its any of the original value we set out here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the previous two speakers already covered a lot of the key points that I want to highlight. I think, for us, Animoca, we have been a consumer-focused Web3 firm. So I think, bringing the mass onto Web3, onto the blockchain, of course, Bitcoin is the blockchain, right? The first one and the biggest one and the major one, in the for future as well. So I think, both on and off chain scaling, I think is very important as well. And yeah, so actually nothing too much further to add there, but I think it's one of the very important thing that we all think about as well and want to invest more in as well.
Cool. Thank you for your insight. Yes, we can find that for the Bitcoin scaling, there are so many things, different approaches. So as industrial leaders, how do your institutions approach the challenges and opportunities of this trend of Bitcoin scaling? Can you share specific strategies or technologies you are investing in or you are developing? Thank you. Yeah, I think we can also start from John.
Sure. So as I mentioned, we're kind of staying agnostic in terms of what ends up being kind of the main implementations of scaling Bitcoin. We want to seed the most cutting edge stuff, the most kind of most base layer stuff that's out there, and so we've done a number of things. One thing that maybe I'll touch on a little bit more that was mentioned is state chains, and specifically Mercury Layer, which we're trying to sort of seed the initial kind of commercial applications of. But some of these things that were enabled by Taproot via store signatures to kind of abstract off of kind of L1 transactions, some of the purposes of those transactions via the key sharing that Mercury Layer allows. We think that's an interesting implementation that is going to have kind of broad use case once it's commercially available. So that's one thing we're trying to seed right now is kind of developer tooling and the initial applications there.
Yeah, for us as a venture capital, I think we position ourselves definitely as a supporter of the developer. There are a lot of, I guess, Bitcoin developer and broader Bitcoin ecosystem like Bitcoin Cash and others. And there are developers already working in this industry for a long time and gradually making their progress. And we just want to find the right builder to support in each of the direction. As we were mentioning, state chain and Lightning Network, existing L2s like UTXO base or EVM base. I think there can be potential in any of those direction. We just want to back the I guess strong founders to I guess really break through the boundary of our current landscape.
Yeah, for us, I think I see an interesting kind of phenomenon in kind of the East and West kind of projects. It's a bit of generalization here, but it seems that, because of the historic kind of geographical location of the key miners, in the kind of this part of the world, we have been seeing more kind of projects that focus on kind of the yield enhancement or kind of the liquidity, unlocking, restaking types of projects, enhancing the yields and so on. And on the kind of Western side, maybe we see kind of the, more about the, longer term deep tech improvement types of projects and backed by like very major, Silicon Valley kind of VCs. So I think the important of that is kind of we also want to support projects that can kind of further support the mass adoption, help the next wave of, both the institutional side and also the retail side, coming on to Bitcoin, to build on Bitcoin. So, we are continuously looking at different types of projects. And I think, it's still quite early. I think there's still a lot of potential for kind of, improvements to come. Yeah.
Well, thanks for your insights. Yeah, we know that there maybe have the different approaches to do the scaling, and as we know, this panel is under the UTXO model. So the third question I want to ask about, we know there have the UTXO model, which is native Bitcoin's ones, which is different with the EVM ones. So do you find whether the UTXO model can do some innovative things or unique things, especially the applications, not only in the technical but also in the market part? Something like this projects or these opportunities. So about this question, how about your idea? Yeah. Also from John.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bringing kind of the UTXO model to the forefront is something that we totally support and appreciate CKB and UTXO Stacks for kind of leading the charge there. And I think it also takes us back to when we talk about kind of approaches to scaling Bitcoin. One thing that is also very useful is kind of developing partnerships between different ecosystems that have kind of shared goals. So CKB being a strong ecosystem that can help with scaling Bitcoin being kind of one of those. So love what y'all are doing, and y'all's focus on this as well. But yeah, the UTXO model brings a different set of problems and also a different set of opportunities from an account-based system. Kind of the lack of the need for the parallel execution. You have kind of different deterministic transactions that are possible that we think are interesting. Another thing that kind of Mercury later starts to bring to the table too. So we are really excited for things that utilize that UTXO system and its kind of differentiators.
Yeah, I can add a bit here. I think for UTXO, actually, it has already been used in a lot of other chain people might not know. For example, Aptos and Sui, they actually use UTXO there to conduct, as John mentioned, parallel processing. This is a unique feature the UTXO has, but it's very difficult to do in an EVM world, account-based world. And so for Sui, a lot of small payment, they're actually using UTXO. And another key feature is privacy. And that's also a key feature for UTXO. And that's why using private chain like Alio, they are actually UTXO based. And UTXO chain is also normally more difficult to attack because as we mentioned in parallel, a lot of transactions are more, it's difficult to, I guess, attack several accounts in one transaction together. It's also a feature of this parallel execution. And this can be used at a lot of, I guess, privacy or financial application. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think besides parallel processing, enhanced, privacy, I think I see that, from the kind of dev angle side, there's also the language simplicity, problem as well, and also the kind of the number of devs developing using the different system. Because I think from the latest stats that I see on the EVM side, there's probably like over 10,000 kind of devs, but maybe on a native kind of Bitcoin UTXO model, maybe kind of a few, less than a few thousands. So that's, that kind of adoption problem as well, and the future, potential that can grow, with the UTXO model. So I think, yeah, it's, I think there's a lot of room to grow, but at the moment, of course, because of the wider adoption of EVM, so I guess, that's just the difference at the moment. But, I think, that's just, we're still early, basically, yeah.
Thank you. And for this part, I want just to have more discuss about the UTXO. Yeah, as just right now, this round we talk about such as the distinguish of UTXO, the more security, and we know that it has the challenges that the market, the user, and developers, they are not familiar with this. So besides this, I want to ask, do you think whether they have some innovative things, innovative projects or points that we can, based on the UTXO model, to do maybe DeFi or SocialFi or something like that? Because I think for our audience, when they join this panel, they really want to know, okay, you say the Bitcoin UTXO model is distinguished. What really we can do based on it to do some innovative things? And I think from your perspective, you will have some insightful ideas. Thank you.
Maybe I can start. As I was talking about earlier, this privacy and financial application I was talking about, I think there is definitely, first of all, I think Bitcoin has shown its, I guess, consensus in security in crypto world, and also most decentralized, in my opinion. And I think there can be a lot being done utilizing this network, adding up the privacy feature we're talking about. So I think adding a payment network on Bitcoin will definitely be very different from any other payment network we're seeing utilizing. As long as we get the scaling down properly, I think adding the privacy feature and having this trustless, permissionless underlying consensus could be really helpful.
Yeah, I'd say if we're kind of looking into the future and what's happening that's exciting outside of just Bitcoin, but that Bitcoin's model will kind of accelerate or augment the usefulness of. The big kind of buzzwords now are AI, automation, and what's happening there. And so, to your point on kind of payment networks, I mean, Bitcoin's going to be the perfect system to facilitate micro payments between machines, these machine-to-machine payments that are probably going to be a part of our future before too long, whether it's your AI assistant booking things for you online with other different AI assistants online, or cars talking to each other as they pass in the future. Kind of that UTXO model will bring that kind of automated payment for microtransactions functionality there is one thing that we see. And the privacy piece of that is also kind of interesting as we think about keeping ourselves safe from those machines in the future. So I think that's kind of an interesting thing to just kind of play out the different outcomes for. David, you already have games that are thinking about all this stuff, and people all around the world playing. So curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I think micropayments are very suitable for games. So I think that's definitely one of the key applications that I see would be have high potential. And DeFi as well, right? Because I think with UTXO, I think it's more decentralized and basically very suitable for more kind of secure types of transactions as well. And I think also in terms of the tokenization and real-world asset side, because the higher privacy and more complex kind of smart contracts might also be kind of more suitable as well. So I see this can be kind of future applications areas. Yeah.
Thank you. And I want to just ask a little more about David. Right now, do you have some UTXO-based GameFi projects?
Yeah, I think there are some in kind of development stage. They are probably not kind of at kind of beta stage yet. So, but I do see more and more coming up because I think, as people get more familiar and I think with the time progress, I think, yeah, there will be more coming. Yeah, so looking forward to it.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So just in this round, we know that John mentioned such as AI. So the next question I want to ask, what's the growing interest in deploying AI IoT? Because if you join the Token 2049 this year, you found that there are so many related projects. So for this trend, how can the Bitcoin scaling contribute to or benefit from this trend? Not only the UTXO model, but also such as just mentioned the Lightning Network or maybe other innovative things. For this part, I think for this question, we can start from David.
Yeah, so sorry, I missed the last part of the question. What's that again?
We say that recently there have the interest in such as AI, the IoT, or DeepIn. So for this trend, whether the BTC, the Bitcoin scaling can contribute to this trend or benefit from this trend. If your answer is yes, how?
Yeah. I think firstly on AI, because I'm spending some time on this area at the moment, I think AI agents would be one of the kind of key application because you can basically perform more tasks and set up payments in more trustless environments. So, for example, the AI agent can help you do kind of trading, and different types of transactions. For you, I think that's a potential, key application, area as well. And IoT as well because of the low-fee micropayment that we just mentioned, right? So I think, the autonomous transaction, needed for the IoT network also is, I think, very important. So I think, I think AI is probably something that is, having a lot of application potential, and AI agents I think would be very useful because I think we are using those every day, and there are many areas that we can apply those. I see it on the DeFi side, and also it can be customer service side as well. So yeah.
Are you all implementing AI agents for users in your game now somehow, or are they figuring out ways to do them in different formats?
Yeah, I think in the gaming environment, basically, there are lots of ways to use AI agents, right? I think, the most natural, easiest way is, of course, integrating into, NPCs, interactions, and, there are also, I start to see some AI agent application to kind of start to learn the play style of players in the game, so it can play for you when you're offline, and basically save time passing through kind of the more boring parts of the game and so on. So yeah, that's actually it's developing quite fast, and because it just came out in the last kind of year or so, but I think it's already making great progress.
Well, for this part, from my perspective, I think maybe we can look at that when you want to train your AI, you need to use the energy. And indeed, it's based on the time. And for the Bitcoin, the POW is also use energy and based on the time. And maybe right now in this world, the time is the only equal sense for everyone. Yeah, it's not like the money as the POS for the capital for the big players. So maybe in the future, in the GameFi, maybe the AI agent and the other users, they are also based on the energy, based on the time. I think maybe this is a very high level that we can combine the crypto with the AI. Yeah, this is my idea.
Yeah, totally agree. I think, decentralized and decentralization, blockchain, and AI, I think is a natural match because a lot of time AI models, when they come to a consensus in the network, there's always that, element of being over-centralized or, models coupling each other. I think also if there is a suitable kind of encryption layer also, help prevent the models from, basically copying the voting, mechanism as well. I think that's basically the most perfect, AI model, yeah.
Walker, I think I interrupted you earlier if you had something to add.
Oh yeah, I just want to add, I think anything, I guess, any application that's seeking decentralization and I guess privacy can utilize somewhat from Bitcoin. I guess, as we mentioned, micropayment is definitely somewhere we can use Bitcoin consensus. And for AI, there are a lot of, I guess, decentralized infrastructure being built out, like compute inference, training, and also like some of the projects working on training the model while maintaining data privacy of the contributor. And a lot of these places definitely can use Bitcoin infrastructure, like the consensus we have right now.
Since Walker, you always mentioned about the micropayment, may I just ask a little more about this part? Because today when we mention about such as the crypto payment or the crypto-based micropayment, many people say, okay, we can obtain a U card. That means you can send your crypto in this card and then it will transfer your crypto into the fiat. Do you think this is the crypto-based micropayment, or maybe do you think we can have another kind way to do the micropayment based on the crypto based on Bitcoin?
I thought it's purely based on just digital transaction on Bitcoin should be the best form. I'm thinking out loud. I thought so. Like for Lightning Network, we're currently only we can only like send Bitcoin, but I think there are actually a lot of projects are pushing towards, for example, Tether might have a, I guess, USDT enabled in a trustless way or and in a low-cost way, similar to Lightning Network. So that would be a good solution for people to, because it's still in the real world, people want the dollar asset. If they can accumulate asset and transact dollar asset just using Bitcoin network, while maintaining, as we were discussing, like privacy and trustless, that would be the best form, I think.
Yeah. So for John, how about your idea?
Yeah, I think micropayments, with the additional kind of future possibility of stable coins on top of Lightning or Taproot assets or these things, I think are an exciting future. I know UTXO Stacks, I think they're being public about this, but looking to launch a stablecoin utilizing Lightning and backed by digital treasuries at some point before the end of the year. So I think that's an interesting concept also, not just spending Bitcoin, but spending fractions of dollars, if that's what people prefer, but utilizing the Bitcoin network and low transaction fees and a trustless way, I think is an exciting future. Another thing that talking about games made me think of is just this kind of first application of Bitcoin that really started to turn the flywheel in terms of gaining new users was actually a little gambling game online called Satoshi Dice, where you just, every Bitcoin block, you had a winner and pretty incredible volume on Satoshi Dice back in the day. And we have seen a number of partners here recently, including Animoca doing things around kind of that gaming space. One of our other partners in Hong Kong, Boya, does a lot of gaming and is launching poker kind of based on the UTXO model in a trustless way, which I think is interesting. And when you add in those AI agents as a possible kind of player for people like us when they're asleep, you can have AI agents playing each other on different games trustlessly using that UTXO model. I think that's kind of an exciting kind of next step of what Satoshi Dice was that maybe is exciting for a new group of users.
Cool. As we talk about the future of the Bitcoin scaling, so right now, do you think whether we have the gaps that we need to conquer, and if we want to solve these challenges, what's the infrastructure or the technologies it's necessary right now for us? Maybe. Also,
repeat that question one more time. Sorry.
Since we just look at the future of Bitcoin scaling, and we know right now there also have some gaps to massive adoption of the crypto of the Bitcoin. So, do you think right now what's the technology or infrastructure are necessary for us?
Yeah. So that's kind of one of the key points here is that we see a future where scaling and via different implementations is necessary to bring off some of that pressure and will drive higher fees on Bitcoin L1. We need to see that in a sustained fashion first. I think up on stage here we're trying to seed some of that demand via things like on-chain gaming, bringing new users into the space that way. I think that what I mentioned just now about Satoshi Dice, I think kind of that Gen 1 Bitcoin, first 10 million users. Now we're looking to get to a point where we have, our next couple billion users. We're also trying to do that kind of from the, seeding demand side, seeding things that are going to be onboarding people. And I think it's an important thing to focus on. What's SNZ see in terms of kind of how we're trying to onboard people, maybe over here in Asia specifically?
Yeah, I think I think on the infrastructure layer, I think definitely we want to see, as we're discussing more solution, we can scale the Bitcoin first, and like the OPCAT and other, I guess, L2 off-chain solutions, so make the transaction can be cheap and also fast. And on top of this, I think really educating people about how to use Bitcoin network, how to develop on Bitcoin network really matters. I think because for almost a decade, people forget about there's actually a lot of things can be done, and there's a lot of feature you can utilize, like the UTXO features we were talking about. They all came from Bitcoin, and now that there's I feel like there's a renaissance of whole Bitcoin ecosystem, and people are coming back. Because I talked to a lot of developers, they came in because of Ethereum, and because they lack the background of this whole Bitcoin ecosystem. So I thought like education, developer and user education really matters here.
Yeah, definitely agree on the education part. As I mentioned, I think the depths, I think there's a lot of room to grow, and the tooling side as well. If there's more developer tooling that can kind of help that side of the adoption as well. I think that's also very important. So I think maybe there's too many narratives at the moment in the Web3 world that have diversified people's attention, but I think there's a lot of potential here, and I think it's undertapped and undervalued. So I think there's a lot of things that can be done.
We'll add that we had one interesting new user onboarded to native Bitcoin yesterday, making a Lightning payment for the first time, was Donald Trump. So yes, he was at Hamburg, yes, in New York, and I think it was the first presidential candidate to pay native Bitcoin for something over Lightning. So yeah, PubKey, good job to them onboarding Donald Trump. Whoever ends up being the next president, I think we'll need administrations around the world that are amenable to Bitcoin's growth moving forward. So it was good to see.
So cool, yes. I think based on the Bitcoin, especially in this year, we find that people say, okay, the Bitcoin need Trump because it can give the topics, give the trend. But from my perspective, I think not the Bitcoin, the Trump, but it's the political people, the Trump need the Bitcoin, need the Bitcoin community, need the voters, need our power to support them. And I think this is the decentralized power. It's very crazy. Yes.
Definitely.
So for our panelists, after our discussion, we can see that today for the Bitcoin scaling, even though for the crypto industry, they have some challenges. But today, we have the experts such as the UTXO management, SNZ, and Mocha. And today, we also have our excellent developers, communities. So I'm sure the future will be success. The future will be bright. Thanks for Riginns, thanks for John, thanks for Walker, thanks for David, and thanks for all our audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was a panel to remember. You guys are so great. I love having muscle, just moving things around for me. Excuse me. All right. Who remembers the NFT craze of 2001? Or 2001, Jesus Christ. 2021. Last bull run. That was fun. So this next speaker is from Magic Eden, one of the leading marketplaces with NFTs. Me being from Miami, I got to see a lot of that firsthand with the Bored Apes and people putting up murals on buildings. I actually used to do some stuff in this space, but this is a little nostalgic for me. But we've seen all the stuff that ordinals and inscriptions have brought to us, so of course, non-fungible tokens have taken some leadway yet again. Please welcome Tiffany to the stage.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So I'm Tiff. I actually don't come from Magic Eden. I used to work at Magic Eden, but now I work at ME Foundation. And I'm working on the token launch for ME, which is going to be Magic Eden's official token. So what I'm going to do today is just share the general vision of the token. And yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know. We'll keep it super casual. I appreciate you guys all being here. I know it's like the second day of the conference. Everyone's pretty tired, so let's get into it. So before I talk about the token, maybe I'll just quickly ask people, when you think of the stories of the internet, of how, in the last 10 years, what are the kinds of names that come to mind? Maybe you might think of like Facebook, you might think of Google. The point being that the names that you're thinking of are all consumer companies. And in crypto today, we are still so early that most of the stories about crypto are still about infrastructure. Whether it's blockchains, it's developer tooling, it's node infrastructure, all of that kind of stuff. But we currently believe that crypto is about to have a cusp where the DApp layer, aka the decentralized application layer, is becoming ever more important. And the role that Bitcoin is going to play in it will be ever more important as well. Let's see if this is working. I don't know how to get to the next slide. Can somebody help me? Okay, sick. Maybe we'll do like I'll just like talk to you. Oh, no, there's no slide. Okay, so our thesis is that the on-chain economy is going to be huge. So today, most crypto users are using centralized exchanges, right? They're like trading stuff on Coinbase, they're going to Upbit, Binance, etc. But the thing is, all the innovation is happening on-chain. right? Whether it's new use cases, new types of digital assets, and oh, sorry, can we go back to the other slide? All right, sick. Okay. All right. Okay, so yeah, we believe the on-chain economy is going to be huge, right? And why hasn't the on-chain economy grown? There's been a lot of talk about how this cycle there aren't a meaningful amount of new retail users coming in. It feels very PvP in general, but why is that? If we think about it, to do something on-chain, it actually requires a lot of effort, right? I tried to actually onboard somebody into NFTs in 2021. It took me 90 minutes, right? I had to be like, okay, you download this app, you on-ramp here. Oh, don't forget to join this Discord, and then maybe follow this Twitter, and good luck. Now, though, you're going to see more dApps, and Magic Eden being one of them, kind of rise to the surface where they can do an end-to-end experience, and they're cross-chain, and they're mobile. And so our belief is that users need a trusted home across chains to do the on-chain things that they want to do, and we believe that Magic Eden will fill that gap, and we believe that the token ME will incentivize those things. That's the big picture for the whole token narrative. But let's keep going. Maybe I'll just tell you. Next slide, please. All right, so basically the typical token project is on the left here, right? So whether it's a chain, right, or it's some kind of info tooling, or it's a DApp that lives on a single chain. Whereas this token, ME, is going to be horizontally integrated across all these different chains. And it focuses on the top layer. So it focuses on the decentralized app layer for trading, as well as the wallet layer for identity. And so the positioning of this token is already really different compared to most other projects. Next, please. All right, let's talk a little bit about Magic Eden. So Magic Eden is a lot of things. Number one, it is the #1 NFT platform. It has over 60% of all revenue. It makes double the revenue of OpenSea, actually. A lot of people don't know this. And number two is that Magic Eden, we can go to the next slide, is actually the #1 Bitcoin DApp. So I'll talk about this for a little bit. So, basically Bitcoin was a store of digital gold, right? For basically the entire time Bitcoin was in existence until ordinals. Ordinals was the first time people wanted to create smart contracts in Bitcoin and do stuff with Bitcoin. So Magic Eden was very opportunistic and entered Bitcoin in Q1 of 2023. And through that, Magic Eden learned a lot about the Bitcoin environment. From that, Magic Eden was also able to enter runes. And so actually I just got done with this lunch, and someone was telling me about how the story of runes is really exciting because it combined audiences across the East and the West. Because in the East, people were trading BRC20s, but in the West, people were trading ordinals. And runes was that first opportunity where these two audiences kind of converged. And what Magic Eden was able to deliver was a trading experience for runes. And happy to announce that more development for runes is coming up in the next month. But the point being that these were two use cases where it was Magic Eden found these alternative assets, right? These assets that usually centralized exchanges, they don't have the time or the resources to pay attention to, but these are things that users care about. And so Magic Eden was able to capitalize on that trend. And basically the graph you see in the bottom right, is the progression between BRC20s and runes. So runes now accounts for over 60% of all Bitcoin transactions, which is kind of crazy. And then on top of that, 90% of all Bitcoin fungibles are now runes instead of BRC20. This is according to the Binance first year report, first half of the year report. Next slide, please. Okay, so why is it important to be the biggest Bitcoin DApp? Magic Eden is actually the largest Bitcoin DApp, for those who don't know. So if you take a look on the left, right, you can take a look at the market cap for Ethereum, Solana, and then you take a look at the market cap for all SPL tokens and all ERC tokens. And you can actually see that, this graph is probably outdated, right? Given that all the Solana meme coin craze happened, you can probably estimate that the, market cap for all SPL tokens is actually higher than what's suggested on this graph. But when it comes to Bitcoin, obviously we know Bitcoin is the most traded asset, right, digital asset. But we believe that there is some opportunity. Maybe it's not as high as the dotted line suggests, but maybe it's 10% of that or even 5% of that. That still represents an enormous opportunity. And we believe that given that Bitcoin is the grandfather of all chains, and it's ultimately the thing that retail people know about crypto, right? We believe that there's going to be a massive opportunity. And the graph on the right is just a further testament of that. If you look at the people who transacted on BRC20s, on runes, on ordinals, there's $400 million of dry powder that's just sitting in these wallets. And those are captive opportunities for, Bitcoin development to happen. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so basically, this is actually a GIF, but unfortunately we had to show the PDF. What this slide is trying to say is that in order to kind of like bridge the gap between what currently exists for decentralized applications today and what we want the future to be, Magic Eden has created Magic Eden Wallet. So this is like the next big bet, right? It's the idea that we live in a multi-chain world. Users are mobile, and users want flexibility. They want to trade NFTs, they want to trade tokens, wherever they want to do it. Like, they want to do it in like a one-stop shop capacity. And so that's what Magic Eden is building, the ability for you to do cross-chain swaps, the ability for you to manage your token assets, for you to list your NFTs all in one place. And the fun story is that, some people will think, oh, Magic Eden only does NFTs, but around like over 20% of Magic Eden's revenue now is actually from token trading. And that is primarily from runes trading, as well as the token swaps that are happening, cross-chain token swaps in the wallet. So let's go to the next slide. So basically, this is kind of like the future vision of Magic Eden, right? So it's a cross-chain platform, and then across all these chains, there will be different use cases, whether that's minting or whether that's, what does it say here? NFT trading, minting, token trading, wallet portfolio, and many other products coming soon. And all of these products, if you go to the next slide, are going to be incentivized through this token. So it is the belief that this token is going to be able to incentivize people to download the wallet. So one of the most interesting things is that the token claim is actually going to happen inside of Magic Eden Wallet. So if you think about the state of dApps today, it's like, imagine someone telling you, oh, you want to use I don't know, TikTok? Okay, you have to log into this other, company's application in order to use TikTok. That's the state of Web3 decentralized applications today. In the future, my personal belief is that we will see kind of the cream of the crop rise to the top, where you're going to see a long tail of decentralized applications on different chains, but you'll see a small number, let's 5 to 10 apps that are truly cross-chain, that can truly take you end to end. So you could actually tell your friend, oh, you wanted to get into crypto, download this one app, and it'll take you the whole way through. And there are other players that are doing this really well. One of the names that comes to mind is OKX Wallet, because they have NFTs, they have tokens across all chains. And then I think this wallet is trying to do that as well. But the focus on these alternative assets is probably what's going to make Magic Eden Wallet shine, as well as the token. And basically, so this entire life cycle, right, of people doing stuff within crypto, on-chain activity will all be incentivized through this token. That's just kind of a summary. We think this is really exciting news for Bitcoin, considering Magic Eden is the largest Bitcoin DApp. And if you guys have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
All right, guys. That was pretty cool. I feel like non-fungible, assets, I'll say, and tokens have come a long way. If you guys are interested, connect with Tiff offstage in the networking area. All right, let's see. It is almost 5 o'clock. Now, I was told that Calvin is on his way, and he will be here soon. But before we get into Merkle trees and Utreexo, we are going to have our next next speaker on stage, keynote speaker, talking about deflation, Bitcoin, hyperbitcoinization, that's always a fun one, and the future of wealth banking. I like that. All right, give it up for my good friend, I'm going to butcher this, Sagun? Sagun? Yeah, come on.
Hey everyone, hope you're enjoying the day. We're almost at the start of the evening, so hope I can kind of get you excited about how the idea of deflation, hyperbitcoinization looks like, and the future of wealth banking. So a quick background, I won't spend too much time, just one word. So I've been a serial entrepreneur. I speak a lot on the global stage around Bitcoin. I'm a Bitcoin developer as well, a background of security protocols and computer science. This is what I work on mostly. So it's mostly oriented towards wealth banking. So it's Miniscript, Music, Frost, Bitcoin Enterprise Worlds, Digital Bitcoin Private Bank, and Bitcoin Inheritance, an enterprise multi-custody. Before we go further, very important, This session can kind of get you excited as well. So there's no financial advice here. It's only a point of view and no speculation. It is definitely speculation of how future looks like. So please don't take this as financial advice. Before we jump into what's hyperbitcoinization, I think we need to take a feel of what hyperdeflation is. I think we talk about inflation, we talk about hyperinflation, but let's invert, right? Completely invert this. So what's deflation? What's hyperdeflation? What is technological hyperdeflation is but a more better paraphrased question. So before we discuss hyperbitcoinization, I thought I'll just cover this quickly. So hyperdeflation refers to an extremely large decreases in general of prices of goods and economy, and it happens correspondingly large increases in money's purchasing power. So we actually experience the opposite today in most of the goods and services. The purchasing power is lost progressively year on year because of inflation. So how have you ever experienced deflation? Quick show of hands. Anybody has experienced deflation before? I think we all experience it with mobile phones, with your laptops, with your electronic goods. You always see a better, higher quality of a product coming out, but at a much more cost-effective price. So this is Gary Tan, the guy who now leads Y Combinator, and he's talking about the effects of tech deflationary coming to humanity. And then the other side you have Vinod Khosla, a very reputed investor as well, also talking about huge deflationary 25 years coming in front of us. So there's a very important comment there. It says it depends on whether the scarce resource is capital or something else. So we have to gauge in the field of deflation, what will be the scarce resource? So what are the triggers for technological hyperdeflation, and what is Bitcoin's role here before we say the era of hyperbitcoinization is happening? So we believe that AI and robotics, so imagine how many phones you all have, 1 phone per person, right? 2 phones per person maximum, right? Imagine you being served with 4 robots, every person owning 4 robots, right? So you can actually start scaling and reducing the workforce price, the labor costs in future, and that's what AI and robotics will do. Nuclear energy will reduce the cost per energy watt. Quantum computing will solve at a more cost-effective rate, and human longevity will sort of drive this. So we believe these are the 4 triggers. What does that mean? So what you experience today in inflation is your all other things except electronic goods. Electronic goods are already deflationary. All of those curves will flip down, right? So your purchasing power will keep on increasing. There will be a change in behavior. So this is what I've drawn a graph for how the price of hard disk and storage has reduced over the years on the left-hand side. So you see the cost per GB has significantly dropped to the extent that we don't even care about the photographs that we click and keep in our phone. We don't think about, a challenge of changing our phone because you're losing a lot of cloud storage. Well, every price is like a hard drive price in the deflationary world. So you will see behaviors of human being changing towards low time preference. Have you heard that word before? That's where the word comes from, yeah? Low time preference. Bitcoin is going to play a big role to help you measure. So think of Bitcoin more like a metric system, like kilometers, miles, kilograms, liters, right? Until we did not have a measuring system, a metric system, it was very difficult to measure things around. In a hyper-deflationary world where everything falls down significantly in price, how will you still measure? That's where the finite supply of 21 million coins is beautiful. That's how you will have finally a metric system that will measure the unit of GDP account that you would like to kind of gauge how the world will move. So that's the role Bitcoin will play. And that's why Bitcoin will in itself not drive hyperdeflation. Bitcoin will become a tool in the hyperbitcoinization era. And that's why it's called hyperbitcoinization. So I hope you got the ruler at the bottom. That's Bitcoin's role there. And this is a very famous meme. I just thought I'd show this. So we are currently here. Weak men create hard times. I'm not going to say a lot of political discontentment across the world is probably here. And this is typically a 4-stage cycle that humanity repetitively goes. So if you study enough history, you'll see us going through hard times, creating strong men. And that's where the Bitcoin cycle started. So we're still sort of crossing this era, and we'll probably land up into hyperbitcoinization. So this is Manhattan. What wealth then means in the future if you're already in hyperbitcoinization zone, right? So this used to be called as New Amsterdam when it was colonized first. 10,000 people moved in to this land. It looked like this, and then eventually after the Dutch, UK colonized it, and it became known as New York or Manhattan, right? It's pretty well known. Michael Saylor calls this as the Bitcoin being the new cyber Manhattan. So this is how the cyber Manhattan looks like, right? So this is only 10,000 people. This is 8 million people, right? Now imagine in the cyberspace when you kind of land up with your Bitcoin in place, then you're actually going towards the new cyber Manhattan. So you can start thinking of Bitcoin as a digital store of value, which has been talked a lot. And if you're looking to start and build something in some of these spaces, I personally believe wealth banking is a lot that's kind of not been spoken about. Your entire focus lands up either on an exchange or a wallet business, but if you really think of these use cases, these are very interesting use cases to build, which can be monetized today. There are customers looking to build to kind of have solutions on the institution side for something around store of value, Bitcoin treasury, institutional custody, inheritance planning. So that's some idea for you to kind of see where you could potentially work. So when will Bitcoinization happen? Also, now we've understood, so what does it take, right? So initially, let's get the order of events clear. So it was used as a collectible in the early 5 years. It's starting to show properties of store of value in the last 15 years. And we are discussing a lot about L2 technologies like Lightning Network, Liquid, and the other L2s, which basically talk about medium of exchange. So we're somewhere in between store of value and medium of exchange, and then unit of account. It kind of really mimics how we've looked at gold, credit cards, and then also, kind of using mobile payments. So the same 4 events that I showed to you is now spread over a lot more detailed events, and I think they're here somewhere. So the star that you see at the center. So large institutions and state adoption and reliable store of value. The x-axis is time. The medium of exchange is still far away. So a lot of research companies, protocol companies are okay to build, but as an entrepreneur, if you're building something on the sides of Lightning, then if you're a B2C company, you're going to have a hard time monetizing directly. And that's why a lot of VCs today also on the panel said it's a little longer road to monetize. So if you're really looking to build something that can be monetized immediately, the store of value should be our focus. Solutions around store of value for either individuals or institutions. So store of value, medium of exchange, and when you actually have the black circle, it becomes a unit of account when it can play all 3 properties together, right? So this will be the end hyper-Bitcoinization era, but today it only is playing the role of store of value, maybe medium of exchange, and definitely not unit of account, except these conferences. So I mostly see conferences where you can buy a coffee with sats. That's the only place where your coffee is denominated in unit of account. Nowhere else, right? So it's still a big world out there. When you tell people my coffee will cost X amount of sats, the other guy who's not a Bitcoiner will be like, I don't understand. So unit of account will take time. And this is very important. So this is what I'm alluding to. These are adoption curves, S-curves. They're very famous. A lot of VCs talk about S-curves of technology adoption. You cannot beat these curves. Markets behave in certain way, and when you're also building, and that's why our emphasis is a big emphasis on store of value. So store of value is where wealth banking use cases come through. medium of exchange is where, Lightning blooms or liquid blooms a lot more. But you look at the years, it's probably 2034 when it starts to take off. So Lightning Labs doing a great job, other research protocols doing a great job, they can do that. But if you're looking to build something in this space, then medium of exchange can typically be very challenging to monetize is what I meant. And then obviously the unit of account. So if you see the progression of all the 4 stages, I'm actually showing you adoption curves. Either you can join this store of value journey or you can fight the other 2 curves forcibly from now till 2034 or till 2044. Anybody can spot Bitcoin on this slide? Show of hands, anybody? I'll give you 5,000 sats after this as a prize. Can you spot? Yes? Where is it? Okay, there. Thank you. There's a woman in the green. So, I purposely did not choose you, the organizer. So, yeah, you're right. So, Bitcoin is that one small speck on the top left corner, 1.4 trillion. Do you see the other stuff? What's all of that? That's traditional wealth. That's where wealth banking operates. That's where private banks serve all of these different asset classes to manage for a fee. That's where a business model is. Guess what? Bitcoin's just starting. Out of 900 trillion global asset value, you only have 1.4 trillion being nibbled away, right? So you need to nibble more. We need to nibble more. We need to capture more. That's exactly what I'm trying to highlight to you. I'm showing you numbers. Why even as a store of value, it's not there yet. It's starting very early. Anybody thinking late to the party, late to Bitcoin? This is a factual data point. You're not late. You're very early. You're super early. So if you think you're late, no, you're not. There's a lot to build. So this is exactly, if I go back to this curve, right? Sorry, this one. The store of value has not happened. It's starting. 2025. We are in 2024. That use case is starting and beginning to happen, right? Store of value will play out. Numbers are backing it. We're very early in this game, right? How does hyperbitcoinization look like? Right? Like this. It takes over 1/4 of it. $200 trillion of assets. And that happens in the next 10 years, by the way. So, how is Bitcoin going to demonetize the other asset classes? So if you look at the Bitcoin capture, it starts to eat away from every different store of value, right? Finally, houses will become more cost effective because they will not be used as store of value, and all of those numbers translate over to a percentage taken away by Bitcoin as store of value in the next 10 years. Lightning will continue to develop. The question is, who's going to build use cases for store of value on the wealth banking side and monetize customers, right? Where is the potential use case of monetizing this? How will it happen, right? So this is a little busy slide, but it's typically used by other startups a lot. This is standard Bitcoin adoptions bell curve, and on the other side is the S curve that I talked about, right? And we're still in this 2.5% innovators. How many of you using hardware wallets? Show of hands, hardware wallets. Love hardware wallets. Awesome, awesome. Walk across the street, talk to somebody, hardware wallets, nobody wants to use it. Nobody, because we're all innovators. We're all progressive people who are ahead of the curve. We like technology, we like the complexity, but not the early adopters, not the early majority. So if store of value will happen, new types of wallet businesses will come in. You potentially have the opportunity to build one for yourself. And that is where the future of wealth banking will also look like. Because you're talking about Bitcoin becoming the supreme highest store of value play. And for that, you need a lot of different wallet management capability for the average Joe. The hardware wallets are not going to work out. It's a step in a direction of this. So it's only going to take off next 10 years. We've spent 15 years here. It's a non-linear graph. So don't complicate it in your mind by thinking, oh, maybe another 15 or 30 years out. Exponential curves, as part of the S-curve, typically goes very fast. So it will be most probably 10 years when this will happen, a short time. So all those people who started spend 15 years, be happy. You probably have a chance to kind of build something in the next 10 years. So this is exactly the same curve. I just want to let you know that this is classic crystal growth model. Go and look it up later on. If you're building something or if you intend to build, you can't beat these curves. These are very standard, 60 years. A lot of startups, a lot of VCs have looked at this and they believe a lot of adoption happens in this way. So, and then hyperbitcoinization. If you see on the extreme red side, store of value first, medium of exchange, and then unit of account. We spoke about this, right? So how it fits onto that S-curve and the bell curve. So I mean, this is available on Glassnode, a great place to see statistics around different holders, hodlers in the Bitcoin side, hump whale to the shrimps, right? That's how we classify Bitcoiners when they hold certain Bitcoin. And if you look at 2021 to 2023, our fundamental belief in our research shows that in the next 10 years, a lot of plebs, retailer investors, wealthy HNIs, unfortunately, will be weaker hands in comparison to institution governments and central banks. So a lot of them are coming for your Bitcoin. You will easily yield to them at a price point that you are gullible at for your own personal dreams. And hence, a lot of that Bitcoin will move. Again, it's an opinion. But typically research has shown and also has proven over the years that the biggest players who will eventually hold the Bitcoin, once they realize the power of this, which a lot of institutions are beginning to believe, that they can do this, you will end up yielding your Bitcoin. So one, how can you build for a lot of these people to not yield is important. Second, if you believe this thesis is right, are you building for the governments, institutions, central banks? Are you building tech for them? That's fair. You have to follow Bitcoin if you want to yield revenue. Unless you don't provide services for these institutions, banks, individuals, how are you potentially planning to make money, right? So you have to follow Bitcoin if you really want to kind of generate revenue and profits, and that will be by working for custody for them. Again, store of value narrative, 10 years will still play out, right? So that's important. I wanted to just show you again with some numbers. And that's how, this is very famous, right? If you've not done this exercise, you should do this exercise, right? Go home today, take some homework from me today. Price your house, your real estate, or your dearest asset like gold in Bitcoin, denominated in 2017 price, and then 2022, and then 2024. You will see continuously fall of your asset value denominated in Bitcoin. That's another way to say you are losing your net worth, your wealth, when denominated in Bitcoin terms. You might not realize. If you do it in fiat terms, in a certain economy, you will feel, oh, 3x, 2x, 1.5x. My house went up 1.5x. But if you do it in Bitcoin, you'll realize it's falling. So this is what that curve represents. Typically, all other assets are inferior to Bitcoin, and they have demonstrated over the last 10 years that they all relatively keep falling to Bitcoin. The other exercise, the old exercise that people used to do this was for gold. So you would denominate your entire house in the gold price and check after 5 years how it is. This is very important. If you're losing wealth or store of value invisibly. It is not visible to you. In your fiat, it shows it goes up, but it's actually falling. So it will bring questions to your mind whether your investment strategy is right at personal level or at an investment level wealthy class. So it's important. So this is what is going to happen. Again, an opinion. So all the other asset classes will lose their monetary premium, and demonetization of that monetary premium will actually go towards Bitcoin, right? So a lot of private banks think about this. I work for a private bank. The idea is that we continuously think about how wealth can be protected for the richest people around the world. And that is some of this thought process, that a lot of this AUM will move, right? So you have to think for yourself as well, or for a startup that you build. Well, then comes the question of inheritance, right? If you want to preserve this, the idea of Bitcoiners is it's all about your next generation, right? How do you preserve wealth and pass it on to your next generation? And that's why Bitcoin inheritance is interesting. So there's a very famous, interesting meme. 1 Bitcoin for your kid, per kid, right? Do you have it ready for your future? And this is a very important thought process. So the beauty is you do on-chain inheritance without a trust. trusts typically are used as vehicles by a lot of wealthy people to manage in a jurisdiction all the assets in that jurisdiction in tax planning, right? But you can do on-chain Bitcoin inheritance. You will only be working with the chain. That essentially means there is no other vehicle in place. Count it every 10 minutes, by the way, whether your wealth is intact or not. Look at geopolitical risks like Ukraine, Russia, like Israel. There are so many risks. So when you plan in any estate, it can be at the mercy of a jurisdiction. Whereas, remember, Cyber Manhattan? No problem. So Bitcoin inheritance, think about this. So this is basically an entire view of what products can be bought in the market. So if you really think about products that can allow you to do this, some of these companies that are doing, so if you don't want to get into the complexity and you have access to the US markets or Japanese markets, you can potentially just buy number go up technology, which is MicroStrategy, MetaPlanet. So you're indirectly still working in the old traditional way of having a security account, access to US markets, buy equity, and then you're okay. But otherwise, you can buy ETFs, which got approved this year. Exciting, brings more mass adoption. And then you have the traditional ways of doing delegated custodial setup. Now, a lot of private banks have started to offer. We also offer already since 2019. DBS recently announced. And then you have collaborative custody solutions where if you want a recovery pathway, if you're not confident you might lose your own Bitcoin, collaborative custody solutions generally recommended. So you could look at some of those other players. And then there are some other exciting risk behaviors of trading derivatives and perps on Bitcoin, and that's more on the smart contract side. All of this is a different kind of custodial versus self-custody challenge versus simplicity and complexity, right? So as you come towards this, it's simplicity, but the risks are higher. Nobody has control which one of these companies ends up selling Bitcoin tomorrow, right? So it's important whether how close you want to be to your Bitcoin versus the complexity you want to tackle. And that's where the opportunity is. That extreme side could be simplicity as well. As an entrepreneur, you can really build and solve for this, right? Unsolved, huh? Unsolved problem. If you believe all of this is solved in the last 15 years, none of this is solved. So, yeah. And I already told you about the 2034 year, right? So we are actually also amidst a lot of AI age, quantum longevity. All of that is going to get combined for your hyper-deflation. And Bitcoin will play a role as a ruler. It will help you measure your wealth. Bitcoin will not trigger the hyper-deflation. Bitcoin will be a tool in hyper-deflation. So when you have infinity, you have finite 21 million Bitcoins playing a role of playing as a ruler, a metric system to measure the GDP economic output of borderless across the world, right? That's the end of it. So yeah, you can watch some previous talks of what I've done previously on Miniscript, Bitcoin, traditional banks. We believe banks are going to be a big channel of distribution for Bitcoin in future. Whether that's true or not, we will see. It's time will only tell. But yeah, if there are any questions, I'm available outside afterwards. Happy to take some of those questions.
And well, what are you building? Oh, I gotta find my, give me a second here, guys. I gotta find my, oh, well, it's on screen. Never mind. Okay, so for our next talk, Unlocking Bitcoin's Potential. Exploring new frontiers with a game innovation on Bitcoin. That's going to be wait. That's okay. Link from World 3. There was someone else who was doing a talk, but I guess you guys swapped out. Come on board.
Clicker? Okay. Okay, I see. Hello, everyone. So my name is Xiao. You can call me Lin, which is my developer name. So I'm a coder. So like 7 years ago, I started coding on Ethereum. I mean, originally I coded in Solidity, but in the last cycle, I think Ethereum is kind of problems. I mean, they are too fragile and they got controlled by some centralized systems. So now I'm trying to unlock the Bitcoin's potential and see what we can build with this kind of decentralized, the real decentralized systems and the real decentralized infras. So I think for Bitcoins, it's harder we talk about applications and games because usually, I mean, we have different kind of lightning works, we have payment, we have these kind of fantastic ideas to do the mass adoption. But still, I mean, if we really want to reach the mass adoption about the Web3, really mass adoption about cryptos, we need to think about the applications in some way, at least in some way. Because if we do not have applications, we can only use Bitcoins to store the value. I mean, I can only buy and I can use, and maybe I will become rich, but there will be fewer and fewer people be able to use it, because what we really want to do, as we see in the Bitcoin's white paper, is we want to see a e-cash, we want to see a point-to-point cash systems. Okay, so I think, this is a Bitcoin conference. Of course, everyone who sits here should know the general concept about Bitcoins. So I think I will just jump a little bit. The white paper was discovered like 2008, but the first system, the Genesis block was 2009 in January. And the primary use first is for store of values, transactions, and investment. And I think the next frontier may be leveraging the Bitcoins for more innovation applications or use case like gaming. So if we talk about games on Bitcoins, this is kind of a niche market, a niche use case, but I still got it. Like in 2012, in April, we first see the kind of the gambling game or the bad games on Bitcoins. It's called Satoshi Dice. So this is very interesting because these games use a method to produce a number between 0 and 6,500 and something like that, and similar to how a random number generator would be used. So if you really play with this game, now it is on BCH. You can use BCH to play with these games, and you will choose a number. So inside this number, the server will random for a number, but this number will not be viewed. It will be encrypted, and it will store the hash on the server. And later on, maybe 1 day later, they will give you the exact hash file, and you can double check if the number, the system generated number, is smaller than you predict, then you can get the money. So this service uses a combination of a transaction hash from a regular transaction, blah, 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 use a SHA-2 hash and to do this kind of stuff. So I will show you the image. See, there's kind of this BCH you can scan to pay, because I just logged in this one yesterday, now it's become BCH. But still, you can see this kind of hash. So this side is for the server seed, and this side is for the server seed planted. And you can double check after this kind of seed is revealed, maybe 1 day later or 2 days later, because you can double check if the game is fair enough. So this is kind of the first game on Bitcoins. It's very smart. It will not spam on Bitcoin. It will not do any attack or that Bitcoin system to be jammed. But still, you can use the idea of decentralized systems, you can use the idea of cryptographics, and you can play with this kind of gambling game. And it's still working. If an app is survived for more than 10 years in blockchain systems, this is really kind of amazing stuff. And the second, not games, but applications, I think this is very famous for colored coins. Yoni and Vitalik, they build this kind of things. So color coins was the idea before Ethereum. So many people think that, okay, maybe color coins is the idea where Ethereum is come from, and this may be the case, the directions we want to explore on Bitcoins. So color token is an open source protocol that allows users to represent and manipulate immutable digital resource on top of Bitcoin transactions. And you can make different kind of blocks, you can color it, you can let it represent different kind of non-fungible tokens. And it is commonly used as a meta coins. So if we look back this kind of design philosophy, or if we look back to this kind of techniques, it may similar to inscriptions in some way. I can show you. Now, the website is not working. They are full of advertisement. The only thing I can find is the GitHub. So this is kind of for the coder stuff. We love to check if they have code, if this is real open source or not. And I double check with the code. The interesting part is only 14 developers follow on this code. The majority of our friends, they love to buy and they love to see what it can use. But the front end is not working, just nobody is maintaining it, but still you can see the code. And like only 40 followers, maybe from 2014 or 15, they still look at the code and it survived. So this is the idea about color tokens. They're trying to let the crypto projects, they can issue their own shares, they can have their own projects, they can do the fundraising for themselves. And this is the color coins. But unfortunately, I think it is founded by Vitalik and also the founder of Yitron. I mean, they are all famous people, and they know what they are trying to do. But in the end, Vitalik go to Ethereum, and they found their own way to do it. And next application, I think it should be inscriptions. So inscriptions is really hype in the last 2 years or 1 year, I think. And they are powerful way. I mean, somebody think it is a new method to store the image, the videos, the audio, the text, or the code directly on blockchain, similar to NFTs. So if we compare this one to color tokens, I think the one different thing is inscriptions start a new standard. I mean, at least they have different ideas about what we see, like the BRC20, the deploy, they have tick, they have max, they have descriptions. So they have their own structures. I mean, the architecture is different from what we see in color token. And I mean, from sets, rats, different kind of this kind of, today maybe it's similar to be Mimi. I mean, this kind of inscription tokens at least create some values, and a lot of people love to trade that. And these systems actually jam the Bitcoins, I think, in the last 2 years. Now, I think the hype is gone. Very few people still trade on that, but still, I mean, they create some new stories about Bitcoins. So this is kind of interesting stuff. If we just look at the tech stuff, you see the technical cycles is also surviving different cycles. I mean, you have investment cycles for Bitcoins. I mean, it's always to reach the top, but for the technical cycles, we will always look back. It's just like what we see even on Ethereum. I mean, I think in like 3 years ago, the NFT is hype again, but actually like in 2017, the first application we see on Ethereum is still CryptoKitties, is still crypto countries or crypto celebrities. I mean, this kind of interesting hot potato NFT games also survive in the next cycle. So this is also for the inscription, also for the tech side. And next what we see is DApps. Okay, so now let's go to CKB ecosystems. I think CKB is a really nice extension and layer 2s which compatible with Bitcoin ecosystems and also do a good extension. So DApps is a digital objects. It is a non-fungible encrypted assets with its content fully stored on chain and establishing an intrinsic link between the content and values. So these kind of small protocols, we try to build it on CKB, and all the things on this kind of stops, I mean, everything is stored on chain. It's different from a smart contract like ERC 721. Because for NFT, it is a wrapper. Any address it link with, it is not on chain. I mean, it may be IPFS, it may be AWS servers, because the majority of this kind of monkeys, Azukis, or this kind of stuff are only pictures, but these pictures are not on chain. But for DApps, every single bytes, they are on chain, and they are fully decentralized, and they get back by Bitcoins. So this is what we think is excited about. And the first DApps, I think, on CKB is Unicorn and Unicorn DApps. It's kind of very interesting. I mean, you can see at first it is a box, and you can do something like the blind box, and later on it becomes something similar to Root, but everything is on-chain, and they have different kind of characters and traits. And this trait is triggered by user. It's not triggered by some designer. I mean, as a developer, we didn't do the whole systems. So how it bursts? So they have a cyber burst, which means each user, they need to trigger the smart contract on CKB. And they will find some time, and this kind of time and space will create this kind of NFTs. I mean, this is kind of interesting. At least they add in some Chinese, Asia and Chinese philosophy, like Wuxing and sex generation cycle. I can show you something like that. And also they uniting some Eastern and Western philosophy elements. I mean, they have different characters like water, like lightning, and also they put something like the wood, the earth, and also they have different kind of the age in Chinese way. And also, I mean, this kind of stuff is triggered by the block. It's like a cyberpunk burst of this kind of NFTs. It is triggered by the user, and when the user is send the message, send the transactions to the smart contract, it actually makes this kind of DApps a burn. And then that date, they can get different kind of traits. So this is kind of interesting. And Nervos, okay. Nervos is a multi-chain composable digital objects and built on Bitcoins. And this kind of, we all see the sponsors, and also, definitely all our people in our companies love Nervape, and we all buy this kind of Nervape and for a lot. So Nervape is very different. For the main bodies, it is issued on Bitcoins. I can show you. But you can have some glass, you can have some shirt, you can have some mask. All these stuff is, but based on UTXO and based on RGB++, they can make it composable, and it can let the user to customize their combinations. As a whole, you can see, this is a Nervape. You can get the pieces from the CKB, and you can get the pieces from the Bitcoins, and as a whole, you can have a full Nervape. We also think this kind of experiment and this kind of art is really cool, and we all love that. Finally, I have 3 more minutes. So what we build is a Wall3. We want to do the applications. We want to do the games. We want to let the user. We want to reach mass adoptions. We want to let the user something can play. So we build the next generation autonomous intelligence world. For the tech side, so what is autonomous world? If we go back to the autonomous world Bible, the case for autonomous world, we will see that the world with the blockchain substrate is a kind of the maximum autonomous. So what kind of the world with a blockchain substrate we should use? I think nowadays owning Bitcoins is the only decentralized substrate that we should use. I think Ethereum is a little bit centralized. I think Solana is more centralized, and I think all the other chains they are centralized enough. Even Bitcoins nowadays they face ETFs, they get great miners, a lot of central banks they are trying to buy it, but still Bitcoins is the only decentralized systems we can rely on. If you want to build something really decentralized, if you want to build some applications that you should trust on, you should use Bitcoins. And what we build a virtual society, we build AI-powered autonomy with source, we build an open network for user-generated contents, and we build it to be a multi-chain ownerships. So I will just show you some pictures. This kind of stuff, you can already access it, so I do not need to explain more. You can just go to wall3.ai. There's a virtual world you can directly go in. And we have on-chain instance space. You can launch your own applications and produce contents inside Wall3. And all the seed, it is coded, it is encrypted and stored on Bitcoin. And the method we are using is called recursive programming. We iteratively store the AW data on the blockchain and use encryption algorithms to encode the worst state of AW world. So we will encrypt all the worst state and store them on the blockchain. Jump a little bit. The design philosophy is we're building blocks and on the blockchain, and we also use RGB++, and also we use this kind of fancy techniques together, and we want to combine the application side on the Ethereum, on the Bitcoins, and we will use our own protocols to make it happen. Jump a little bit, because it's the application. So I still have 1 more minute to talk about the future. It's very interesting. I think the first mass adoption direction will be payment, for the Lightning. For myself, I travel many countries around the MENA region. I go to Lebanon, their central bank is bankrupt. Because their central bank is bankrupt, all the MasterCard you cannot use that, all the Visa you cannot use that. But at the capital, Beirut, there's a basement, there's the first time Web3 meetings there. You can still buy coffee through Bitcoin. Because the central bank is bankrupt, there's no payment method you can use. There's no Visa card you can use, but you can still use Bitcoins to pay your coffee. So this is exactly already happened. For some countries, they are developed. Last month I was in Iraq. Although I got robbed, but the infrastructure is kind of, in Iraq, you can expect sometimes it's not that safe, to be honest. But I still teach people how to code there. And yeah, for some place you can still use the Web3 payments to do it. So this is kind of exciting. This not only Lightning Network, but also for all the Web3 infras, they are used for the developed countries. This is very important because a lot of suppliers and a lot of enterprise will charge you a lot of money to do the payments, but Bitcoins, but all the Web3 infras, They are free. They are free for the people. They are free for the community. They really help these kind of developed countries. The second thing we're thinking is interesting is about the blockchain. I mean, now Bitcoin is the only decentralized blockchain substrate. So we should try to build something to reach mass adoptions. We should try to build something about applications. We should build something about games. I mean, rely on Bitcoins. That will make our application can survive in the cycles. And yeah, in the future, definitely we need a depth in the Bitcoin ecosystems. If not, I mean, Bitcoins will not reach mass adoption from my point of view. We still need a lot of hard working to make dApps happen inside Bitcoins. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever heard someone just throw out that they were in Iraq. I've never heard that before. So it's kind of funny. All right, now the moment you all been waiting for, we have a very special guest who came all the way from South Korea, and the number one thing I love about Asia is the flights. They get delayed all the time. So he's finally here. I want to welcome Calvin to the stage. We've been waiting for him to talk to us about his Utreexo. He's been working on it quite a bit, and now his time to shine. Calvin.
Hi. So this is the QR code for the slides. I'll also have it at the end in case you don't find it interesting now, but you find it interesting later. So yeah, I'm going to talk about little comparisons between the UTXO model and the account-based model, and I'm going to show you the technical reasonings behind why I think the UTXO-based model scales even more, and then I'll talk briefly about why the project that I'm working on, Utreexo, helps scale the UTXO model even more. Okay, it's just a bit slow. So yeah, account-based models versus the UTXO-based model. Point there, okay. Yeah, scalability. UTXO model scales way better. And this is mainly because transactions, okay, so I want to talk about why the UTXO model scales better. And when we talk about scaling, how I view scaling is transactions per compute resource. This means that if you have some sort of compute resource, then you can do some amounts of transactions with that. And good systems will be able to do more on the same computer. So say, for example, if you have a computer like this, it'll do very slow. But if you have a computer like this, even if the model is very, very bad, even if the software is bad, the bad software running on good hardware will run faster than the good software running on bad hardware. So what I want to do is we have like the same amount of compute resources, but how are we able to squeeze more out of that? So yeah, software runs on hardware, and so we must write software optimized for that hardware. Right. So yeah, why does the UTXO model scale better than the account-based model? And that's really just because it has better concurrency. That's the only reason why the UTXO model scales better, because it has better concurrency. And this better concurrency allows us to have faster block validation. It allows for more transaction throughput for compute resource. So the same amount of computer, if we have the same good computer, the UTXO-based model will be able to do more transactions. So yeah, I want to talk about a little bit about concurrency. So this is not concurrent at all. This is very sequential. This is 4 people lined up to buy sodas in a vending machine. But if we have concurrency, what we have is we'll have 4 extra people, and we'll have 2 lines. So this is still bottlenecked by 1 vending machine. So if the vending machine is really, really slow, then the sodas, it takes a while. But if we have 2 vending machines, because we're able to have concurrency, we're able to split up the work. So now we're able to double the speed that people are able to get their sodas. But what bad software will do, what not concurrent software will do, is even if there's 2 vending machines, they'll only go to 1 vending machine. And even worse software, even if there's 3 vending machines, they'll all queue up into 1 vending machine. And I'll show you the differences between how the UTXO model does this and the account-based model does this. And so why the UTXO model scales better? The UTXO model, the UTXO state changes are per block. So it only changes after a block has been confirmed. It does not change in between. And so what this allows us to do, it allows us to validate transactions out of order. So it doesn't matter if we validate transaction number 10 before we validate transaction number 1. We could all be validating them at the same time. And this is concurrency. The account-based model is sequential. What this means is, and why it's sequential is because the account state changes per transaction. So we can't verify transaction 10 before we verify transaction 1. And so it's not safe to validate transactions out of order. So everything is sequential. So if we have a UTXO model, we just replace the vending machine with the CPU core and 10 transactions. So right now, because the UTXO model is concurrent, when we have one CPU core, it's not any faster. But if we have 2 CPU cores, then we're able to split up the work. And if we have 4 CPU cores, we're able to split up the work even more. But this, how the account-based model has to do, what they have to do is they have to do it sequentially. So the same 10 transactions in the UTXO model, we're able to split that up, but in the account-based model, you can't. You cannot split up the work because the account state will be changed after 1 transaction. So transaction 4 can become valid after the process of transaction 1, 2, and 3. Vice versa, if transaction 1, 2, and 3 can make transaction 4 invalid. And so we cannot do this out of order. And so we have to line them all up at 1 CPU core. So yeah, 20 years ago, I think a lot of people remember this. This is when Intel started putting 2 cores in computers. But nowadays, we have so much more cores. And recently, AMD released their latest models of CPUs. And the base model, the crappiest CPU you can get, has 6 cores. So we're increasing the number of cores that a computer has. And in a sequential model, the speed of a single core matters much more than how many cores that we have. So this is a chart from CPU benchmark, and what it shows is it shows 2 things. So this is performance benchmarks of a desktop CPU, and if you look over here, this is this verification speed of a UTXO-based model. Why is this so? Because this line that you see is just the desktop, and the line that you see on the bottom in light blue is per core, like per thread. So because a lot of these computers have multiple cores, all these cores work together to process more things. And because with the UTXO model, we're able to split up the work in between cores, we're able to take advantage of all this speed improvements in CPU design. But the account-based model can't. They have to rely on single core performance. And single core, like single thread performance has not been increasing that much compared to, it has been increasing, but it's not increasing as much. So, like based on the hardware, we're able to squeeze more transactions. We're able to validate more transactions with the UTXO-based model. And even further, so what I did was I went even further and was benchmarking both the Bitcoin and Ethereum Classic. And so this is, I'll show you some visualizations on what each node is doing, like what each node is spending time on. And yeah, so as I mentioned, I'll be using Core Get. I was using Ethereum Classic, and BTCD, which is a Bitcoin implementation in Go. So this is for Ethereum Classic, and this is just all the processes
this is a visualization of all the processes that the node is doing. And it's kind of hard to read, the texts are small, but I will point out these things. So you'll see these red boxes. These are each of these red boxes highlights the operations that the Ethereum Classic node is doing. And all of them, all 4 of these boxes are database operations. So I made a pie graph of what the Ethereum Classic node does. And 53% of the time, it's doing database operations. 20% of the time, it's doing headers verification. So half of the time, what an Ethereum Classic node is doing, it's fetching from the disk. So it's bottlenecked by the disk. Yeah, 53% of the time on disk operations. So if I were to visualize this even further, so this is the transaction verification for like account-based model using Ethereum Classic. So we take a transaction. We have to first, and this is like a simple, just not a smart contract, but this is just a transaction. So what we do is we fetch the account state. For this transaction, fetch the account states. And then the CPU core gets it back, and then we're able to do some verification on it. And if the verification passes, then we write that to the disk. And that's transaction number 1 done. And then transaction number 2, do the same thing. You get it. You read from the disk. You get it back from the disk. Do some additional verification, and then you write to the disk. So this is a very slow process. And yeah, so now, I want to show you what BTC does, which is Bitcoin written in Go. And the graph looks very different. And the red circle is the CPU operations, or it's the transaction verification operations, and the yellow circle, or yellow box, is the Go runtime. So this is what Bitcoin mostly spends time on, and this is particular to BTCD. 48% of the time is signature verification, and 44% of the time is the Go runtime, which is also CPU based. So those two added together, 92% of the time, what Bitcoin is doing, it's doing CPU operations. This is versus what Ethereum does is it's all disk operations. And what this means is that we're able to just utilize the CPU more. And so if we were to visualize what Bitcoin does, is we take one CPU, and one CPU will operate, and so we'll read all the inputs of the transaction. So we'll read all the inputs, and then we have all the inputs cached in memory. Now we're able to take each transaction, verify it, write it to disk. Take each transaction, verify it, write it to disk. And so we're able to process much, much faster than what the account-based model is doing. And so this is a graph that I made of the Samsung SSD performance since 2013. So this is about 10 years worth of performance improvements in SSDs. And the important part is if you see the blue and the green lines, that's just random reads and writes. And so this is this is multiple things being read at the same time. If you see the random read and random writes with a QD1, that means a Q depth of 1. So it means how fast does it take to get one single thing off of disk. So if the line that's increasing a lot, that's reading multiple things from the disk. Like the UTXO state model, we're able to read all the UTXOs at the same time from the disk. So what we're actually doing is we're doing these random reads that we queue up a lot. And so the Samsung SSDs have been improving in the random reads and writes, while they have not been improving in single operation read and writes. So this is what we get with the verification of a UTXO-based model. However, because we have to read one thing at a time in an account-based model, the speed is limited to here, which is the reads and writes of Q depth of 1. So now you can sort of see how the account-based model is just not able to take advantage of all these improvements in hardware technologies. And I want to talk briefly about how Utreexo makes the UTXO-based model even better. So with how Utreexo works, I won't go into detail, but we can now verify blocks in parallel. So not just transactions, but blocks in parallel as well as the ability to verify transactions in parallel. And so this is the same exact thing, except before it was 10 transactions, but now it's 10 blocks. And within each block, we're able to validate all the transactions in parallel as well. So back in 2021, I did a comparison. I did a test of, hey, like if we have this Utreexo-based model versus how Bitcoin works with how Bitcoin works today, how much faster would it be? This was how much it was faster. This was about 63% faster. And you'll see that Bitcoin Core did about 174 till block height of around 650,000, while the node that had Utreexo applied was able to do it in 107 minutes. So way, way faster. And because of all the algorithm improvements that we had since then, we're able to, if we did the benchmark now, it would be even faster. And so this is just, so Amdahl's law talks about how parallelization only helps if there's a lot of things that you could parallelize. And this graph is just, it's a straight line, and what it shows is that if we're able to throw more computers in there, we're able to have the speed up of, we're able to have this very linear speed up. So it's only matter of compute resources that you throw at it in the Utreexo model of like all the speed improvements and the parallelization that we can have. So yeah, in conclusion. Yeah, this was back in 2005. We talked about how the free lunch is over. And back in 2005, because single core Intel CPUs were still able to give more performance, we didn't have to write software optimized for the hardware. But now it's not. We have to write, each single CPU core is not getting any faster, so we have to write software for the hardware. We have to be concurrent. And so, yeah, the UTXO model scales better because we have parallelism, we have concurrency during transaction validation in a single block, and we're not bottlenecked by this guy up. And with Utreexo, it becomes even better because we have parallelism with validating blocks, and we eliminate this reads and writes. Yeah, thank you. These are the slides again, in case you liked my presentation.
Hello everyone, let's start the panel today. My name is William. I'm an investment manager at Sora Ventures. We're a Web3 VC firm based out of Taipei. And without further ado, why don't we start with a round of intros? Jason, you want to go first?
Sure. I'll go first. My name is Jason. Good to see everyone here. I'm Chief Innovation Officer at OKX.
Hi, I'm B-Man from ABC Capital. We have been crypto for 11 years and have been investing in crypto and especially in blockchain, in Bitcoin and Bitcoin ecosystem for in the last 2 years.
Hi everyone, my name is Kevin Williams. I'm the founder and the general partner of Sats Ventures. We are a newly launched early stage Bitcoin focused fund.
Trevor Owens, GP at the Bitcoin Frontier Fund, also the co-founder of Pizza Ninjas and host of the Ordinal Show.
Cool. Without further ado, why don't we start with the first question of the day with Trevor. Compared to other blockchain ecosystems, what are Bitcoin's unique strengths and weaknesses? And how do you see its competitiveness, for example, with Solana, with Ethereum, especially in the DeFi, NFT space, etc.?
Yeah, so when I look at different layer 1 blockchains, what I really like is the chains that have the trade-offs dialed all the way up. And so if you're familiar with the blockchain trilemma, which is, like scalability, decentralization, speed, this kind of a thing, Bitcoin is a bit slower, I would say, than Solana. I mean, it's 10-minute blocks compared to, I think, 400 milliseconds. But at the same regard, it's very easy to run your own Bitcoin node, and that makes the network have the ability to be extremely decentralized, and therefore allows more security that your assets are going to be safe. And so I think that ends up being a big benefit to Bitcoin, and why the liquidity base on Bitcoin is so significant, because now you look at the the big funds, the ETFs and things like that, they want to be on Bitcoin because it's so decentralized and secure. If you're wanting to save money and you're just wanting to hodl it, then you're going to choose Bitcoin. If you want to do something like on-chain gaming or, sort of lower value use cases that require a large number of users, then you're going to do something like Solana. And I think Ethereum is kind of stuck in the middle right now. It's not the fastest. It's not the most decentralized. It was a leader in sort of Web3 and innovation. But now a lot of those innovations are being moved over to Bitcoin with ordinals. And a lot of those innovations, of course, the templates are being copied over on Solana. And so I think Bitcoin is in a very, very secure place in terms of it has its corner of the market that no other chain is going to be able to surpass. And of course, it also has the most users. It has the most amount of capital. And so Bitcoin is like a very, very ideal place for builders because you just have a high chance of reliability that's still going to be here 10, 20, 30 years, where some of the newer layer ones, maybe it's going to be exciting for this year, but we don't know, is it going to still have the same momentum and growth in the following year? But we know Bitcoin is going to be sort of the North Star that's going to always have steady growth that moves the market.
Kevin, you want to go next?
I cannot put it any better than that. That was absolutely beautiful. You probably want to move on to your next question.
Okay. Let's start with Kevin then. I think this one is definitely for everyone. So, which Bitcoin applications or protocols within your portfolio do you believe have the potential to become the foundational Lego blocks of the Bitcoin ecosystem, and what makes them stand out?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm really bullish on staking and liquid restaking. One of the first deals that Sats Ventures invested into was Lorenzo Protocol, and I believe Lorenzo Protocol was able to be third in the very first staking component for Babylon. And I believe that the ability to kind of bring those LSTs onto other chains, and now we're not just seeing EVM components of this, right? We're also seeing MoveVM starting to kind of bring LSTs and LRTs to their ecosystem as well. So I think it kind of starts there, right? I truly believe it starts kind of with Babylon, and then with the LSTs, and then with the LRTs, and it's just kind of growing this massive ecosystem that's going to enable DeFi, not just on Bitcoin, but also on some other chains that have been kind of craving for Bitcoin to come.
Yeah, we actually invest in a lot of Bitcoin ecosystem projects, about 10 or 15 of them. We invest in Babylon, Unisat, Fractal, Lorenzo, Solve, Bitlayer, etc., and UTXO Stack. Among them, I think Babylon might be the foundation, of yield or staking in Bitcoin ecosystem. So I may say, Babylon will be one of them. Another one I want to mention is UTXO Stack. UTXO Stack is the first, UTXO project and portfolio in ABCD, and they are now pivoting into Lightning Network staking. And I think there are a lot of potential in Lightning Network, and especially in payments. So if you unleash the payment potential of Bitcoin, when Satoshi first write a white paper about Bitcoin, it's like a P2P, payment solution or like currency solution. And so Lightning Network has a lot of potential, and UTXO Stack is the best player in UTXO and the Lightning Network right now. So I would say these two portfolio are, my favorite.
We do have a ventures arm. I'm not on the ventures arm, but I know we do and have invested in a lot of the projects that you've mentioned. What we do focus on, at least from the product side, is how do we bring some of the innovations and some of the cool stuff that these teams are working on to users, right? And we mentioned Babylon a couple times, and the sort of the staking, restaking stack, and all that stuff. That's happening, right? That's happening. It's now mainnet, and now we're live, and users are actively participating. I think that's very exciting, right? And that's where that first step is. Hopefully, it does actually unlock sort of DeFi capabilities and interest in on top of the Bitcoin stack. So we'll see. I'm very very curious to see how that plays out.
Cool. So yeah, we have 80 different portfolio companies in the Bitcoin ecosystem. We invest very early and then we place many small bets. It's, we don't like to pick favorites. We don't like to have a favorite child at our fund. So I will give a shout out to some of the ones that have been active in Singapore here and doing great stuff. So we're an investor in Ordzar, who hosted the Ordinal Summit 2 days ago. So we love to see our portfolio companies doing that. We're also an investor in BitLayer, Xverse, Oviado, Liquidium. Those are some of the companies that I've seen here active in the past week. So, hats off to those teams.
I want to touch off more on B-Man mentioning payments and then also Kevin mentioning, restaking, etc. There's, you can also, you used to could only, buy, hold, and sell Bitcoin, right? But until around like Lightning Network, etc. So how critical is that, to Bitcoin applications? And do you see it as the key infrastructure for Bitcoin's growth? Or are there other meta protocols or application types that will play a bigger role? For example, like there's a lot of meta protocols like Ordinals, DApp, etc.
So you mean the key applications in Bitcoin ecosystem, right? Yes. I think the first killing features of crypto is finance. It's all about finance in crypto, especially when you have assets which is over 1 trillion FDV. I think it's all about finance. So in terms of finance, I think we have to solve two problems in Bitcoin. First, how to make Bitcoin more liquid. And second, how to make Bitcoin yield-bearing. So these are the two potential application scenario I can see in the next few years. So in terms of liquid, there are a lot of applications like Web BTC. They are making Bitcoin more liquid on chain, and also there are a lot of like lending and restaking projects that are making Bitcoin more liquid. And second, yield-bearing. How to make Bitcoin yield-bearing, and we can see a lot of native yield-bearing scenario for Bitcoin, like we mentioned Babylon, and there are going to be more and more yield-bearing scenario for Bitcoin. So I think these are the two major applications for Bitcoin in the next 1 or 2 years. Yeah.
I think probably the biggest kind of catalyst for Bitcoin in a really long time was kind of the rise of ordinals. It's really the first time that kind of goods and services are kind of being paid with BTC, which was amazing. So Trevor was super early and always hounded like, guys, this is going to be massive, right? And it's just the seamless ability to just use your Xverse wallet and be able to use your native Bitcoin to be able to purchase a Pizza Ninja, for example. I mean, like that is something that we just never thought would actually happen. And now with Runes, you're seeing all of this kind of R&D happen with stable coins directly on Runes. And I think that's just kind of starting this massive flywheel that we're just sitting here and talking about, is Lightning Network going to be the major catalyst for payments, or is it just going to be Bitcoin itself natively without the need for Lightning? I think both can be true. Early days, Ordinals bot had a Lightning QR code where you can pay using Lightning to be able to kind of inscribe assets on Bitcoin. And now we're kind of seeing just Xverse, Magic Eden, and all these wallets. They might not have native Lightning support, but you're still able to transact very easily and seamlessly just using your mobile wallet, which I think is super bullish for the Bitcoin space.
At OKX, we've supported Lightning for, I don't know, this is like 4 years now. This is on the exchange side. And, Lightning is still challenging, right, to use. I think even for crypto native, it feels different with the invoice system and everything. We've explored adding Lightning into our wallet also in hopefully a non-custodial way, and it's, again, very challenging. So I think there's still a little bit of ways to go before Lightning really makes that breakthrough. And maybe, to your point, maybe we don't quite need it. Maybe on-chain payments might come back and be the thing. but we're also in this period where fees are relatively low, right? And maybe that is not sustainable. So I think a lot more work still needs to be done on Lightning. But there are things like taproot assets and things that we're trying to see how we can innovate on top of the Lightning stack too. So a lot of exciting stuff to come.
Yeah, I like Lightning a lot. I think it has a lot of challenges, though, and I think that the challenges stem from a few things. One is really the way that state channels are set up is that you need people to route liquidity for you, right? And the thing is that there's not a lot of high volume of payments with Bitcoin. With Bitcoin, the major use cases are hodling and degeneracy, like trading JPEGs and trading shitcoins, this type of thing. This is where most of the activity in the entire space is right now. And I think that, in order for people to host a node to be able to route liquidity, there needs to be enough fees for them to earn for it to be profitable to perform that activity. Some of the things I'm most excited about when it comes to Lightning Network is people who are looking at building decentralized exchanges that can leverage runes to enable people to do their shitcoining on Lightning, because I think that would actually lead to a much higher volume of transactions going back and forth, which could then lead to a higher incentive for routing liquidity. And so I think traditionally the Lightning ecosystem has been very against shitcoins, ideologically, which is understandable. I'm not a big shitcoiner myself. I don't think so. Maybe some of the Lightning people might think I am. But, it's all about getting the results that you want, right? And so if there's a big audience of people who like to do this kind of gambling, and instead of going to the Marina Bay Sands, they want to do it on Bitcoin, and that's going to help to fix this liquidity routing problem. And I think that we should do that. I think it's a good idea. Ultimately, when I look at the payments use case, I think it's going to be one of the last use cases, at least peer-to-peer, like one person. I think it'll be one of the last use cases on Bitcoin to gain mass adoption, and here's why. And I think that there's other forms of payments, like maybe machine-to-machine or gaming-based payments that will probably, we're starting to see get more traction on Lightning. Before, we're going to see, pay for your coffee in Bitcoin by scanning a QR code. Looking at like the Web 2 payment space, for example, WeChat Pay needed WeChat to be successful, right? Without WeChat Pay wouldn't have gained such massive overnight adoption. When we look at PayPal needed eBay to get adoption. Okay, if you read the early days of the PayPal story, they pivoted many times. First, they were payments over using Palm Pilots, and then they pivoted into using email and found eBay as like their sort of growth hacking secret. If you look even further back, eBay needed Beanie Babies, okay, to become successful. The first thing that was ever sold on eBay was a collectible Pez dispenser. And so, ordinals in some ways, you could compare them to Beanie Babies, right? Like some of them, it's kind of like, some of them are great art that will last the test of time, but others are just collectibles that maybe they go up and they go down, and probably 95% of them are not going to be worth anything in many years. But still, it's about what is the path to getting that adoption. And so I think that the ability to trade JPEGs or shitcoin or do whatever you want over the Lightning Network will probably be the tip of the spear into getting into those like more beneficial to society payments use cases.
Just to add quickly, there is the point about activity on Lightning also leads to your point about Bitcoin being a yield-bearing asset, right? Like those fees become, a sort of incentive to run a Lightning node or have capital in your Lightning node. We actually, this is last actually, I don't know what the latest data is. We had the largest Lightning node capacity at OKX at the last time I checked. This is just maybe a month ago, or whenever Bitcoin Nashville was. And that is just capital sitting there, right? There's nothing that happens with it. We would love to see, some yield or something happen. And so seeing Lightning activity would be really awesome for our space too.
Can we use OKX Web3 wallets as the Lightning payment wallet?
Not yet. Well, no. So because OKX wallet is a self-custodial wallet, right? And if want to run, it's very hard to do a self-custodial Lightning node within your wallet, right? You have to, like you mentioned state channels, you mentioned channel management. There's so much to do such that your assets, you don't want to manage channels, I'm sure, right? Like on your phone or anything like that doesn't really make sense. And so you would have to rely on a Lightning service provider, someone to help you manage liquidity and provide that. That's not self-custodial anymore, right? So that's not a route that we are comfortable taking. But there are companies like Breez is offering a SDK solution that runs the node in the cloud for you. You're still relying on, you're making some trust assumptions, but it's getting there. I think there's some better UX improvements coming down the pipe, so maybe in the future.
Okay, you can also make it centralized way, like integrate.
But that's the whole point is we don't want to make it centralized, right? The wallet is not centralized. It's you are managing your own assets. If you want to centralize, just use our exchange, right? Like that's a centralized alternative, yeah.
I'm using OKX as wallet right now, so.
Awesome, thank you.
Well, I guess OKX did achieve mass adoption, but in terms of Bitcoin, right? You saw ordinals, and then earlier this year you saw runes, and then last year there were a bunch of Bitcoin L2s that popped out of nowhere, right? How would you describe the current stage of the Bitcoin ecosystem? Because I remember earlier this year, VCs were jumping on the latest projects, like I wouldn't say throwing money around, but there was abundant liquidity in terms of funding, right? So how would you describe the current stage, and how far are we from mass adoption, and when do you actually anticipate like Bitcoin spring to arrive? Why don't we go with Jason first?
I think so Bitcoin itself has, I think, reached a, maybe not massive, but a very solid state of adoption, right? What you're talking about is the stuff that's being built on top of Bitcoin. When does that get mass adoption, right? Like, okay, so we're early, right? We're very early. We come out, Trevor, you and I have done panels, and it's like every few months we check in, and it's like, people are like, oh, when is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? And I'm like, dude, it's only been a few weeks since the last time we talked. Nothing's really changed. But I think, there are things like fractal Bitcoin now, where people are really experimenting and doing things with, Cat 20 and things like that. These are things that need to happen for us I'm talking about this frontier or emerging Bitcoin activity, to figure out what actually sticks and what actually works and what's meaningful. For our wallet team, we're spending a lot of time trying to bring these things to market so users can actually play and touch them and let us know what people think. I think that's the only way we actually know, and without doing and rinsing and repeating this cycle, we won't find out, but we're still early in that.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin has been an ecosystem only since last year, right? After ordinals came out in March last year. So it's only like 1 year and a half. It has already been, a lot of things happening in Bitcoin ecosystem. So I am really optimistic about Bitcoin ecosystem right now, especially in Bitcoin 5. As I mentioned, there are a lot of innovations coming out in terms of how to make Bitcoin more liquid and more yield-bearing. We can see more and more, innovation in the next 1 or 2 years after like Babylon and all the restaking is live, and you can build a lot of stack over that. So I would say we will see Bitcoin 5 is the next Bitcoin summer, or the DeFi summer. I think the DeFi summer 2.0 will be BTC 5. So I think that is going to be a big step in the next 1 or 2 years.
I think for the first time ever, a lot of normies actually know what Bitcoin is, right? And I know we're talking about mass adoption in terms of the applications directly built on Bitcoin, but we also have to consider mass adoption in terms of mindshare, because you see the Bitcoin ticker on MSNBC on every single news channel when they're talking about the stock market. You see the Bitcoin ticker there, right? So from one perspective, it's the mind share of Bitcoin globally. I think we're definitely reaching absolute mass adoption from that perspective. And the second thing is, yes, the Bitcoin ecosystem is super, super young, and a lot of the initial infrastructure just wasn't there in the very beginning. So a lot of founders didn't know exactly what to do. And now we're seeing all of these L2s that are locking up so much Bitcoin, right? So it's the first time that you're seeing like thousands and thousands of Bitcoin that's actually being locked up. And it's not just retail, we're talking about institutions, and we're talking about whales and miners as well. So I think we're starting to kind of hit that hockey curve in terms of the application level, but in terms of mindshare, I do think we have reached global adoption.
The bull run is coming, guys. Next year, I think, will be an exciting year, if not the end of this year. 200K next year, guys, maybe higher. Hope you guys have been buying Bitcoin. But no, I think that we probably have no idea what mass adoption is even going to look like, or how to define what mass adoption is for Bitcoin, whether that means everybody paying for coffee in Bitcoin, or whether it means everybody, putting most of their net worth in Bitcoin, or whether it means the underlying financial infrastructure of the world being on Bitcoin, or every major AAA game having assets on Bitcoin. We don't know. It could be any of these things.
Every country having a strategic reserve in Bitcoin.
Yeah, it could be every president, in the world raising money for their campaign on Bitcoin. There could be so many different things, and so I think as long as the next bull run is coming, and it's coming soon, I think we'll all be okay.
What was that? Trump yesterday? Was it yesterday? He
bought a cheeseburger with Bitcoin at
Upkey, right? Yeah,
New York.
Awesome.
I think the meme coin burger or something went to like 3 million market cap overnight. I missed that, but my friends showed me. But yeah. Thanks for the insight. I think one outstanding thing that everyone has on mind, and I'm asking this on every panel, is there's a drastic difference between the East and the West when it comes to the Bitcoin ecosystem, right? If you ask someone from the West last year, what are they excited about within the Bitcoin ecosystem, they would probably say like no monkeys, like Bitcoin puppets, pizza ninjas, for example. But if you ask people in China, they're going to be like, oh, ordi, sats, rats, etc., right? So what roles do Asia and the West differ within the Bitcoin landscape, and both from an institutional and retail perspective?
Maybe I'll jump in first. I live in the U.S., and coming here, I don't come to Asia that often, but coming here to Asia this time, just last night I was at dinner with a whole bunch of Bitcoin builders too, more on the fractal side and learning about all the stuff that's happening there. I think that to me is almost like Bitcoin adjacent for now, almost like a Bitcoin testnet or something. But I see a lot of interest on that stuff. That I don't hear any of that in the U.S., right? In the U.S., we're still very much focused on this policy stuff, this institutional stuff. It's just very two different worlds, and I'm sure these gentlemen have much better on-the-ground insights than I do.
Well, I think Asia used to be the center of crypto when Bitcoin was really cheap. So actually, the Asian community bought a lot of Bitcoin at the price of like a few hundred. I bought my first Bitcoin when it was like $400. So there are a lot of Bitcoins in Asia. So it seems like, the big Bitcoin ecosystem project in the West are coming to Asia for TVL and for users and for rails and for, building up ecosystem. So I think for Bitcoin ecosystem, Asian is more like the center of TVLs and the miners and the community, and the West is more like a lot of tech innovations like Babylon, like BBM, like OPCat, and also there are a lot of great PhDs and researchers in the West. So I think ABCD is more like the bridge between the East and the West, that we can make the innovation in the West get massive adoption in Asia.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Honestly, right now, it seems like a majority of the founders that I've been speaking to have been from the East. And they're really pushing the boundaries, and they're looking to move very quickly. I think ABCDE's name is always up there in terms of funds that are investing into a lot of the companies that are coming out of the East. Most recently, we also invested into Echo Protocol, which was able to, I believe, lock up like 2,000 Bitcoin, for example. So it really does seem like a lot of the more recent kind of founders are coming from the East. They're able to go to market very quickly, and they're also able to get TVL very quickly, which has been a little bit different than kind of in the past.
Yeah, I think that I agree. Like the Asia community is much bigger on the fungible tokens, right? Like with as Jason mentioned, or Jason, I forget which one of you, but you said like in the West it's like the NFTs, and then in the East it's like Sats, Rats, already, you know. But I think that you know, like in the future, the Asian market is very big, especially when it comes to entertainment. So like there's not a single like Hollywood studio in the US that doesn't think about China or try to, you know, comply with the restrictions in China when they launch a new movie, right? And so I think that the sort of like what you see in Korea with like the K-pop, K-dramas, Squid Games, you know, Parasite, like Asia is becoming much more influential when it comes to culture, when it comes to media and entertainment. And I think that's the angle for what we're going to see with NFTs. Like if you've seen recently, Doodles premiered a movie at the Toronto Film Festival. Hopefully, Other Side, the Boy at Metaverse, will be finished sometime soon. You know, like the sort of like IP angle to this space, I think, is finally going to have a big run up in the next cycle. And I think that the integration with Asia is going to be absolutely essential for the most successful brands.
Thank you, Trevor. You know, the last question here would be, you know, I know you have around like 80 portfolio companies, right? Kevin, I know you're still actively deploying. ABCD and OKX Ventures are basically in every cap table in the Bitcoin space. So, you know, this trip to Token 2049, are you currently meeting or investing in new projects, or is it meeting with porcos? And, you know, what kind of project excites you these days? Do you see more devs, builders working on Bitcoin ecosystem compared to last year?
Maybe you guys go first.
I'm not on the venture side. Someone over here start.
Yeah, we recently did Echo Protocol, as you know, Kevin mentioned. Echo Protocol is the #1 restaking project in Move ecosystem. They have already on board 2,000 Bitcoins, and I think you know, they are the bridge to move Bitcoin into Move ecosystem. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And we are still actively deploying capital in Bitcoin and in all kinds of tech infos. So yeah, feel free to reach out to me if you're building something exciting in Bitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a bunch of kind of newer faces coming into the space. And I think a lot of the really interesting projects are companies that are looking to kind of bridge the gap between Solana and Bitcoin, and then the Move ecosystem and Bitcoin, which are kind of two massive gaps right now. We're seeing a lot of EVM kind of R&D and EVM layer 2s. You know, we also invested into Nexio, Bitcoin rollup powered by MoveVM, which is something that's also very interesting for us. So I think the things that I'm really interested in now are kind of the counter opportunities, right? We've seen kind of the EVM compatible layer 2s kind of play out. So I'm really interested in kind of some of the other ecosystems that haven't really been looked at. And for Sats Ventures, we always want to invest early, and we want to be one of the first checks in.
Yeah, I think obviously like Token this year has been incredible, right? Like I think there's like 700 side events. Like clearly there's a lot of energy in the broader crypto space. I think when it comes to Bitcoin, specifically L1, I think there's a little bit of a plateau right now. Like a lot of the low-hanging fruit has been plucked, and some of the juice has been squeezed and made into delicious fruit juice. But you know what I'm looking forward to, I think this fall, is like a lot of the developments with the different Bitcoin L2s. It seems like a lot of the Bitcoin L2s are close to mainnet, going to mainnet. Of course, Fractal has had a lot of buzz around it. BitLayer Stacks is going through a big Nakamoto upgrade. So there's a lot happening for the L2 space, and I think in the L1 space, we're still sort of like looking for what that next thing is going to be, and maybe that next thing is OpCat, which is why a lot of people are excited about Fractal, because they get to test and work with these opcodes before they go onto layer 1.
But I think, like every technology goes through like growth phase, plateau, growth phase, etc. So we're just in a little bit of like a lot of the low-hanging fruit has been plucked on L1. L2s are going at the same time and doing their thing, and they're coming with big releases this fall. But what goes around comes around. We're going to see some more innovation on L1 and the next hype thing probably in a month from now. So.
I think your chart also missed the down phase, right? We also need a healthy shakeout in some of these experimentations. And look, it's going to come, right? Look, you guys know how this stuff works. But for us, it's like, how do we take all the innovation, all the efforts that people, and all the cool stuff and new stuff that people are building, how do we productize that and bring that to market, right? Like, that's our role, is to help bridge what you guys are investing in and our ventures team is investing in. How do we bring that to the users so that they can actually play and use it? And today, Fractal is that hot thing today, and I think the team mentioned at least, that we are one of the only 2 wallets that support that today. And so, we're moving fast along with the stuff that's coming out to market, and so that's what we want to do, is support these projects as they go live and hit mainnet and do their thing.
So Jason, when are we going to get more runes on OKX?
No comment on that one. I'm sorry, buddy.
Okay, that was actually the last question. Thank you for all the panelists who are showing up today. Thanks for CKB for organizing such an amazing event. So why don't we give a round of applause for everyone.